Good evening, everyone. If I try really hard, I can make that shocked bit. And then I can snap that and then use it on the cover of YouTube thumbnails. That's how it goes. Because then everybody clicks on your stuff. When you have the shock face, that's what they tell you anyway. All the YouTube people, they say, you use the shock face, and then people come and watch your stuff. So, testing it out. Shock face, there it is. I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's not like overdoing it, not underselling it, right? Just kind of the right amount. Glad to see y'all here. Thank you for joining me this evening. Good to see some folks in the house. We got Psionic, the Hedgehog. We love having you here, buddy. Steve in the house, UAP or SAP, which is a question I ask myself quite frequently. Yeah. So we're here covering the depositions. So Hillary and Clinton went forward and were deposed on video that we got to see like 48 hours later, by the way. And with redacted sessions in it. However, we got to take what we can get. Each video is like 4.5 hours long. So I don't want to sit here. I'm sure y'all don't want to sit here for 9 hours and watch, them argue about the taste of peanut butter or whatever. So I've been able to get it down to kind of the most impactful in regards to what we've been covering, Flack and I, on these Epstein files. And I think these are kind of the most useful segments of the videos. There's still a lot to go through. I picked 10 for Bill, 10 for Hillary, and we're going to get as close as we can to these question and answer segments. We're going to start with the president. Normally I'm start with ladies first, but fuck both these people. So we're going to start with the president. And like I said, we're going to kind of jump to parts because a lot of it is shuffling papers around and what does the word "the" mean and that kind of stuff. So we're going to get to kind of the important parts and then talk about them for a second. So here we go. This is the deposition, William Jefferson Clinton, February 27th, 2026. So it's not too bad. What, about 4 days? 4 days later, we get it.
All right, we will go on the record. This is a deposition of former President William Jefferson Clinton conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 23rd, 2025, the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena.
Okay, so they do that for a minute, and I think it's about the 5-minute mark where we get his opening statement here, which I believe is pretty close to the video he released right after the deposition. But this is his actual opening statement here.
Including but not limited to video recording.
We're getting close to
no predetermined time limit and scope. The agreed upon scope from the email marked as Exhibit 10 is as follows. Pursuant to the committee's investigation into the alleged mismanagement of the federal government's investigation into Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, the circumstances and subsequent investigations of Mr. Epstein's death, the operation of sex trafficking rings and ways for the federal government to effectively combat them, ways in which Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell sought to curry favor and exercise influence to protect their illegal activities, and potential violations of ethics rules related to elected officials, the committee will ask President Clinton and Secretary Clinton all of its questions regarding Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, including, but not limited to, the personal relationships between the Clintons and Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell, and the ways in which Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell sought to curry favor and exercise influence, as well as the operation of sex trafficking rings and ways for the federal government to effectively combat them without the proposed limitations on scope sought in your January 31st, 2026 letter. Can the witness please state his name for the record?
William Jefferson Clinton.
Thank you. My name is Jack Emmer, and I am the Chief Counsel of Investigations for Chairman Comer. Under the committee.
Oh, he finally gets to say his name 6.5 minutes in.
On Oversight and Government Reforms Rules, you are allowed to have counsel present to advise you during this deposition. Do you have counsel representing you in a personal capacity for government to effectively combat them?
Staff members, Chairman Comer.
Hannah Cathy, professional staff member for Chairman.
I do.
Exhibits may be entered into the record. Majority exhibits will be identified numerically. Minority exclude information necessary to make. Under the rules, the chairman and ranking member.
I appreciate you coming here. I'm here today
I guess put on a
basically for
concert.
2 reasons. First of all,
Thanks for coming.
I love my country and the Constitution, and I believe America was built on the idea that no one is above the law, especially presidents, and that we should all live by the same set of rules shaped by the Constitution. Democracy requires every person to play their part, and I hope that by being here today, we can bring ourselves a little further away from the brink and back to being a country where we can disagree civilly and search for the truth and justice, and that outweighs the partisan urge for spectacle and point scoring. I will do my part, and I hope you'll do yours. The second reason I'm here is that the girls and women whose lives Jeffrey Epstein destroyed deserve not just justice, but healing. They've been waiting too long for both. Through my brief acquaintance with Jeffrey Epstein, though it ended years before his crimes came to light, and though I never witnessed during our limited interactions any indication of what was going on, I'm here to offer what little I know so I can do my part to prevent something like this from happening again. I have to just say one personal thing. Since Hillary came in yesterday, she had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. Nothing. There's a picture of us both shaking hands with him in a photo line in 1993.
Okay, so like we're gonna watch the Hillary deposition, and I'm pretty sure like she says on the record, "I never met Jeffrey Epstein" or something to that effect. And then like here's Bill several days or a couple days later, maybe it's the next day. I think it's the next day, saying, "Oh, he brings up she shook his hand one time in the 90s." And you know what that is? Like she said that. And then she realized, oh shit, I said that under oath. They're going to find that picture. They're going to find that picture. That one of me and Jeff shaking hands. Of them actually meeting. Because that's how it is now. You have to get an accurate picture of someone doing the actual crime in action in order to believe it. Holy shit. So yeah, so now it's, well, she met him, but it was just that one time in the 90s. Gotcha.
At a fundraiser for the White House Historical Association. I don't know how it is under President Trump, but when I was there, it was about the most non-political operation you can imagine. There were people who loved the White House, who were interested in it, would give a little money every year to do things that needed doing around the house. And nothing nearly as extravagant as the ballroom or any of that, just things that had to be done. And neither she nor I remembered shaking his hand all those years ago. So I don't think that was right. On the other hand, I do think you should be talking to me. I think you should have called me. I did take those plane trips with him. And you have a right to ask those questions. So I'm glad to be here, and I understand what the oath is. I have to be honest with you. You know, I'll be 80.
Well, let's see. On the record, I believe there are almost 30 flights that you took to Epstein Island, Mr. President.
Years old if I lived on my next birthday. I don't remember everything that happened 24 years ago, but I do remember some things, and I will tell you what I remember as best I can. We, each of us, owe the victims nothing less than the truth and accuracy. We owe that to the American people. And I actually hope that you will be able to come up with some suggestions that
Did he just say we're the victims? That we're both the victims?
will reduce human trafficking and especially
Wow.
focus on underage girls. I hope you'll be able to do that. I know that
Yeah, now that my
Hillary
dick
talked
doesn't
a little
work.
yesterday about what the State Department does and what she pushed on human trafficking and girls. When she was Secretary of State, we had to deal with it. And in my foundation, I saw it in Nigeria when Boko Haram was rampaging through the north of Nigeria. And we were working there trying to stop deaths from diarrhea for young children. And it was interesting. These guys were cold and calculated. They said, oh, you don't have to leave because the kids you're helping are younger than the ones we want. They have to be about 9 before they're worth anything to us. So this is really important. And I will do what I can to make whatever contribution I can. Thank you.
Wait, what the fuck? Did he just say something about 9-year-olds in Nigeria and then like back off of it? He's like, but yeah, you guys should look into that. You know, maybe after I die.
Thank you.
The time reads 11:28, and the majority's time will begin now. Mr. President, thank you for agreeing to testify today and for your years of service to our country. I want to start from the beginning. When did you first meet Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, I will try in this testimony, and I will point it out when I'm aware there's a picture or something that predates it. There's a picture that shows him shaking hands in the White House Historical Association reception. That was in 1993, but I'm not aware of that. I first remember meeting him when I got on his airplane to take the first trip with my foundation in, I think, 2002, whenever it was. But
And to be clear, do you have any reason to believe that you may have met Mr. Epstein prior to becoming president of the United States?
before I became president, no.
And you mentioned that your first memory of interacting with Mr. Epstein was on your first trip. Which trip specifically?
I'm not sure which one it was. Which one was the first? I took all are parts of 4 or 5 trips to Asia and Africa.
So
and one to
many.
Northern Europe on Mr. Epstein's airplane.
And you did that because...
And once when I was in Florida, I was offered a ride back to New York, but I wasn't there having it. It was just coincidental that he was there, and I think that was fairly early in the process, but I don't remember exactly. I just know that I did.
Sheer coincidence.
I took one flight back from Florida to New York, and all are part of several other, I think 4 or 5 trips to Africa, Asia, and one to Northern Europe.
And I want to make sure the record is clear. Is it your testimony today that you have no independent recollection whatsoever of the circumstances of when you first met Mr. Epstein?
Objection asked and answered. You can answer again.
Yes, I do have a recollection of when I remember meeting him before this trip. I mean, on this trip when I took his plane.
Mr. President, we're going to discuss more specifics later, but for the record, can you briefly describe the nature and extent of your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
Well, sometime after I left the White House, either in late 2001 or early-ish in 2002, I received a call from Larry Summers, who had been on my economic team and was later Secretary of Treasury and was then President of Harvard. And he said that he was calling because a man named Jeffrey Epstein, who had made a substantial commitment of several $1 million, I think it was 10, but whatever it was.
Okay, so yeah, me and Flack and I were harping on this a couple episodes ago, which is the insane amount of connections between Epstein and these scientists, these professors at these universities, because Epstein had deep pockets. And when you're a professor or researcher at a university, you need grants. And if you have a rich guy that believes in the cutting edge research of what you're trying to do with motivation, then you oftentimes, some folks are going to compromise themselves. They heard the rumors, they knew who they were dealing with, some of them, and they chose to proceed because they need the money. They want the money. Bill Clinton knew who this guy was. It's a lot of free airfare. A lot of free airfare. Yeah. Pretty wild. Steve, that's when you claim you first met him? Then there's when you can prove I first met him, and then there's when I truly first met him. Exactly. Right. And that's what we're getting. And the weird thing about some flight to Nigeria 9-year-olds, and then all of a sudden he just like, that was weird. Like, was that a slip up? I don't know, but creepy as fuck.
It was to brain research, and that he was a information hungry person, and he wanted to spend some time talking to me about economics and politics. And he said he's got this massive airplane, and he said he would take you, your staff, your Secret Service detail, anybody else you wanted to bring on the trips that he
Fucking
knew I was
sister,
planning
cousin,
to set
mom,
a
auntie.
global network to provide life-saving AIDS medicine to as many people as possible, as quickly as possible.
Oh, a global network of life-saving AIDS. Really? Yeah, a global network of something going on. I don't think it was life-saving aids.
And I should back up and say, when I left office, we had done all the preliminary work to set up the global fund on HTB malaria, but it was not yet funded. And there were other instruments and institutions who were later funded, including President Bush's PEPFAR program. It had not yet been funded. There were only 200,000 people in the entire developing world who had AIDS medicine. Most of them in Brazil, which had a big drug operation on its own, and in Thailand, which also had its own drug population. In Africa, there were like 30,000 people or something, just next to no people. And they were dying like flies. And I thought we had found a way to drastically drive the price down. And that if we could drive the price down, we could.
Well, I'm not here to listen to how wonderful of a president Mr. Clinton was, bang his own chest about how he solved AIDS in Africa.
Transportation. And I thought Mr. Epstein was an interesting man, but I didn't think he was really interested in what I was doing.
Oh, no shit. He was interested in knowing what you were doing. He wasn't interested in it. He was interested in knowing about it.
As he asked all these questions, he did ask about economics and politics, as he said he would. And he never asked me anything untoward. It's just that I thought I had done what I promised to do, and he had done what he promised to do. And I thought I've always, over the years, with these donors, tried not to overstay my welcome. I thought that we'd done enough, and it's time to start working with other people.
I was pretty sure his lawyer probably told him to shut the fuck up there. Because he sure ended that story quickly and unnaturally.
When did you first learn of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes?
I think in 2008, when he was prosecuted. There's nothing that I saw when I was around him that made me realize he was trafficking women. And I never.
Nothing. Nothing at all. You saw
Let's
nothing
talk
at
about
all.
Ghislaine Maxwell. When did you first meet Ghislaine Maxwell?
I believe I first met her with him when she was working with him.
And what did you understand Miss Maxwell, and what did you understand her relationship to be with Mr. Epstein?
I thought she was sort of his chief of staff or
Pimp.
administrator.
Chief
And
pimp.
you said that you first met Miss Maxwell with Mr. Epstein. Is that after you were president?
Yeah, I don't believe I met her when I was president. I could have. I met a lot of people, I don't remember, but I definitely remember meeting her on that first flight.
Met her on the first flight. Okay. When he wasn't president.
Can you briefly, for the record, describe the nature and extent of your relationship with Miss Maxwell?
Yes, it was. It lasted longer and was more extensive than my relationship with Mr. Epstein because.
Oh, hot off the presses. You heard it right here from Bill Clinton. PBS News via @GOP Paver site, whatever. I can't read that watermark. Yeah, so Clinton saying that he had a close relationship with Giselle Maxwell, or Jiz. I like to call her Jiz Maxwell for short. Had a great relationship with Jiz Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein's pimp of underage girls in high school.
Ghislaine Maxwell started going with a man named Ted Waite, who had made a lot of money making the first sort of self-designed computers. And he was a big supporter of mine and the foundation before he started seeing Glenn. We'd been friends, and he was interested particularly in reducing pollution in the oceans. And so when she started going with him, I would see her from time to time.
And when did your relationship with Miss Maxwell end?
I don't think I've seen her in a decade. I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't know exactly when.
Why did your relationship with Miss Maxwell end?
She couldn't supply anymore.
Well, first she moved to
Every time he called her, it was
Boston, I think. She
was
had
like
a
an
relationship
excuse.
with a man there, and I think they may have married.
FBI's watching
And,
me.
So she wasn't so much around, and then when it became, after 2019, when it became obvious that she was involved too, to an extent that I did not know, that was the end of it.
And I want to make sure the record is clear. You mentioned that your relationship with Miss Maxwell was more extensive than that of Mr. Epstein.
Well, it lasted longer, yeah.
Okay. When
Okay.
do you have any recollection of what year it would have ended?
No, but when she was with Ted White, she was when we were kicking off CGI. She was very interested in that.
Clinton
And
Global
she
Initiative,
participated.
CGI.
But I don't remember, I don't know, it's been 10, 12 years since I saw her. I don't remember when the last time was.
Thank you. I am going to ask you some baseline questions regarding who you communicated with and about what. If you don't recall specifics, but do recall you communicated with them, you should answer yes, but say you do not recall specifics.
Okay?
Counsel, can I just ask, if you're going down a list, your question is, did he communicate with the person, yes or no? And then you'll come back if he says yes to ask further.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will finish the prompt here too. So the question, Mr. President, have you ever communicated with any of the following people regarding Mr. Jeffrey Epstein or Miss Ghislaine Maxwell? And for now, you can say yes or no, and we will come back to discuss each one.
And this is to
All right, so I know this part is a little bit boring,
the best of his
so
recollection.
we'll
Yeah.
probably
Correct.
skip through some of this.
Basic. Is a lawyer who has done
They just
know
asked-
that because of
They're basically just asking him all these witnesses, did he know them or not? And most of them he says, nope, didn't talk. Well, did you know him and did you talk to him about Jiz Maxwell? And so it's like, nope. Oh, I know that guy because this one time we did this. And he starts telling a story and there's
my
nothing good in there,
friendship
I
with
promise.
Evelyn and Lynn Rothschild. But I didn't know about his relationship with Epstein.
So you're like, I knew him but didn't know.
When I knew that he knew Ghislaine Maxwell. But I did not know, I don't think, that he knew Epstein.
I was trying to catch it on time there, but there is one interesting kind of tidbit in there where they do ask him about a Rothschild, which I thought was interesting. They don't expand on it at all, at least in the part I was able to watch about maybe like an hour of this earlier. They weren't able to expand on it, but they did ask him about the Rothschild. So I don't know if more will be coming on that or not, but think that's interesting.
Politics and economics, and he says if you will take an hour on the longer legs of these trips he knows you're going to make to Africa and Asia to talk to him about it, that he will fly you on his airplane and your staff and your Secret Service detail and any other people you want to take who are supporting your work. Notes. She's been sort of a part of our family for a very long time.
Has Huma Abedin?
I did go to his house once, as you know.
And we will discuss that further later on today.
Just once.
And how did you typically communicate with Mr. Epstein? Did you talk to him on the phone?
Excuse me, he just said he talked to him on the trips, so that's in person.
Typically, my staff communicated with with him. I think it was mostly Mr. Band, but somebody talked to him.
And you mentioned that you visited one of his properties. But outside of the work on the foundation and your trips, how many times did you meet in person with Mr. Epstein?
You're asking him to the best of his recollection.
Outside of the trips, I believe he came to the office once in Harlem. I was still housed up there then. And I think he paid a brief visit to the office. And I paid a brief visit to his house. When I once thought he was there, but now that I think about it, I don't think he was. And that was it. I mean, that's what I remember.
And you mentioned you visited Mr. Epstein's house. Are you referring to his New York townhouse?
Yes.
And your communications with Mr. Epstein, did you ever have any communications that were not related to the foundation?
I don't believe we ever talked about anything but the work we were doing. I mean, maybe.
Do you think he had the picture of Bill up when Bill went and visited him? That'd be wild, right? Oh, hey, Mr. President. There's you and... I was going to say Hillary's dress, but Hillary doesn't wear dresses. She wears pantsuits. So I don't know whose blue dress he was supposed to be on, but... Weird.
Small talk, I can't imagine. I don't remember the conversations.
And for the record, before we move on, did you ever have any communications with Mr. Epstein that related to young women or girls?
No.
Excuse me, do you have your, fantastic, thank you very much.
So yeah, I know there's some of this. Pause.
Referring to his New York townhouse?
Yes.
Okay. Here we go.
Mr. President, if you look at the passport page at the bottom.
Okay, so here's Luna. You can tell by the voice. And like I said, I didn't catch all of this, but what I did catch of it, she asked some interesting questions. I'm not sure if they're going anywhere or not, but they were interesting somewhat, to say the least. Also, a couple of them seem more just like statements and not really questions. So I don't know why you do that when you have him in front of you right now. You ask questions, you can make your statements anytime. Call me crazy.
Should show the EFTA number. It's 00021628.
Yep.
There's a name on there. Would you be able to read that name to me?
Can you read the name?
Excuse me, Carter,
Yes.
will you
You
ask
can
me
read the
if you've ever seen the document before?
Yes. Well, this is evidence, and so I wanted to ask him specifically. So it's from the DOJ document release, right?
I understand, but he may not have seen it, or he may have seen it.
No, I've never seen it, but it looks like a passport.
Okay. Can you tell me the name that's listed on the passport?
Excuse me, he's never seen this document. Would you just read the name, please?
Yes. The name is Marius Robert.
Marius Robert, yeah.
Are you familiar with that name at all?
No,
Okay. Would you be able to identify the individual in the photo?
it looks like Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, the reason I ask you about this specifically is because I do believe that Jeffrey Epstein was an intelligence operative. And so this was a passport that was actually entered in and released by the Department of Justice, but this was an FBI filing. It was found in his safe, if you will. So it's an alias. So the reason I ask you that is because given your nature.
Okay, not to be a dick, but see how that attorney started writing on a piece of paper there? She probably started writing, "We don't have to worry about Luna," and then showed Phil. Like, she's all right.
Nature and position, I'm wondering if you were essentially targeted by a honeypot operation and or by intelligence to gather information. So that's why I asked you that question.
Well, if there was a honey,
Mr. President, there's not a question pending.
I have, is there a question?
No. You can ask a question.
Well, I'll be getting to more, but that's the reason I asked that. Okay, my next question for you is, have you ever had contact with an individual by the name of Shantae Davies?
I believe Shantae was, that's a distinctive name, and so I think that was the name of one of his flight attendants.
Okay. She's been described on being on a 2002 Africa trip and providing massages. Was she or any other young female on that trip underage at that time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Did you ever receive a massage or have physical contact from her or anyone else on that trip?
You've seen the pictures. There was one time when I was sitting up and I got a back rub, a neck rub.
Okay.
And I think Shantae did it, but I'm not sure.
They only have the only time it ever happened ever was just that one time when there was that picture.
Okay. Did you ever visit Epstein's Little St. James Island?
No,
We have Virginia Guthrie, who has testified seeing you on the island with two young girls. Did this occur at all? Okay. Why do you think she would have made that claim?
Objection, speculation. You can't possibly.
Have you ever met her or any other Epstein associated underage girl?
not to my knowledge.
In Epstein's 2016 deposition unsealed in the DOJ files, he refused to answer if you were accompanied by two young women who were approximately 18 years old on the island. Were any such women potentially underage with you? I know you've stated that you were not there, but did you have any interaction with the said
Objection to
individuals?
the foundation of the question. He's already stated he was not on the island. You're now asking about a claim of the Fifth Amendment by Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. Would the staff be able, go ahead.
If the witness doesn't know, the witness is welcome to say he doesn't know.
No, but he actually answered the question
Yeah, he
when
answered
she
the
asked
question,
that
but
it wasn't
I'm
on the
not-
island,
I'm
so
not
then she was
instructing him
asked.
to.
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Sarah Ransom?
I don't believe so.
Okay. There have obviously been claims made about you, and I do not believe that these claims are credible. The reason I am asking you specifically about that name is because that individual stated that you were in sex tapes, okay? It was unfounded and it was discredited. But given the politicization of this entire investigation, do you believe that it would be appropriate of members of this committee to bring in witnesses, whether it is about you or another president, that have unfounded allegations regarding sexual claims of misconduct?
That's not a decision for me to make.
As a recommendation in regards to avoiding trafficking, et cetera, and bringing justice for the victims, would you make that recommendation to this committee?
I
Congressman,
think,
just so I understand the question, you're saying if the witness has unfounded claims?
Well, I don't believe that Sarah Ransom's claims about the president are founded. I don't believe that there's sex tapes with you, President Clinton.
No, I'm just asking about your question. Is it, you're not asking if somebody with plausible claims should be brought in. You're asking if somebody with implausible, unfounded claims.
Correct, because these claims were found to be unfounded by investigators.
So are you asking his opinion?
Yes, because we are trying to figure out in regards to being able to further this investigation and whether or not we are going to be interviewing other individuals regarding sex trafficking, avoiding in the future. I know that you and your wife have.
Yeah, I'm feeling. See the look on his attorney's face right there. I'm feeling that. I'm feeling that right now. What are you talking about? Does he what? Does he think someone that's not credible should come forward and testify about something that didn't happen? Probably not. What? Don't understand that at all.
Have both been big on this issue. So I'm asking you, would you think that it would be appropriate that this committee bring in someone like Sarah Ransom, who has unfounded claims that have been debunked in this investigation? It's
So he
a
answered
simple
the question about, he answered this question when you first asked it then, when he said that it wasn't for him to make those decisions.
Well, I'm asking for his recommendation to the committee and follow-up. It's not a gotcha question. This is obviously a very serious investigation.
Well, first of all, I would recommend that you have on your staff a prosecutor who's had a lot of experience in this, dealing with these cases. Normally, it's not a good idea to bring in a witness that you know is lying.
Okay, thank you for that. My last questions for you are you familiar with anyone by the name of Adriana Ross?
What in the actual fuck? If anyone, like, am I missing like a chat link or a memo or something? I really do not understand that whole thing. That was like 5 minutes. She asked him if someone that they know is lying should be brought in to testify. And he's like, well, probably not. It took all that time and all that attorney power to get through that question. Ay, folks. We are fucking, no wonder we're in trouble.
I don't think so.
How about Sarah Kellen?
I don't think so.
Okay. Would you recommend that this committee bring in individuals that were listed as trafficking minors? They were listed as co-conspirators and then given plea deals.
I don't know enough about it, but I think you should do whatever you think will strengthen the ability of the United States not to have this happen again.
Okay. Is it possible, and in your opinion, that you and or your wife were targeted as a means of an intelligence gathering operation?
Object the
by
form of the
Jeffrey Epstein and
question.
Ghislaine Maxwell?
Object the form of the question. No objection to if he knows that they were targeted.
I believe that's what she asked.
No, she said,
says
is it
it's possible.
possible? So she's asking him to speculate instead of asking him, does
Do
he
you
know?
do you know if you were targeted at any point?
I don't, but
Okay.
I don't. I'd sort of be surprised, but I'm not. I don't know.
Okay. All right, Chairman Comer, I think that builds my time. I just want to say thank you very much.
Okay, that was interesting, though. His lawyer did cut him off from that one pretty quick. He's like, I don't, but his lawyer was like. So, definitely, a lot of us have, I say I like it's my theory, a lot of us have suspected Epstein as some sort of asset, maybe a double asset, triple asset, who knows, but one that leverages information, knowledge, and damning information, like blackmail type information, to get what he wants, where he needs to go, and all those things. So here's Bill Clinton. I would imagine he might have been speculating on that a bit. I wonder, if maybe they had some briefings while he was in the White House. I would have pressed harder there because it looked like he had more he wanted to say about Epstein being a spy, but we didn't really get there because we were talking about what the word "the" means.
President Clinton for coming in, and I do understand that this has been politicized, but again,
Contribute a nice letter for his birthday book.
And who asked you to?
Yeah.
Mr. President, before we left off, I asked you to characterize your relationship with Mr. Epstein. I asked you if you considered him to be a friend. You said you did not. Is that right?
I said we were friendly and we had a cordial relations, but I didn't know him well enough because we had almost no contact beyond what I described.
At this time, I'd like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 13. And this is Bates marked House Oversight 000126. And while it's being passed out, this is a letter from a book of letters, which
Yeah,
was
it's his
compiled
50th birthday.
Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday.
Questions, sir?
Yeah,
Mr. President, do you recognize
I
this
do.
letter? And for the record, does this appear to be your handwriting and
It
signature?
is.
And why did you write this letter?
Why did I? Because I was requested to contribute a nice letter for his birthday book.
And who asked you to write the letter?
I don't remember.
Would Miss Maxwell have
I
asked
don't
you?
know. I think someone on my staff asked me.
Now, there's a word that our committee has not been able to identify, and in our defense, the Wall Street Journal has not been able to identify.
Imagine being on his staff.
Can you please read the letter for the record?
Yes. It's reassuring, isn't it, to have lasted so long across all the years of learning and knowing, adventures and errors, and still to have your childlike curiosity, the drive to make a difference, and the solace of friends.
It's like, even if it's the most innocent thing, you hear that word child, it just leaves a fucking bad taste in your mouth with all this shit we're finding out, right? Lord knows some of these other secret words, like jerky. Oh yeah, we're going to get into a jerky episode. Pizza. Right? So you hear a word child in relation to any of this shit and any fucking communication, and all of a sudden you start tasting that sour in your mouth. Like, the fuck? Like, could be the most innocent thing. Don't like it. Don't like it. Doesn't look good.
Not a bad letter.
And because we haven't been able to identify that word until now, what did you
Which
mean?
word was it that you could not?
Solace, you couldn't,
No, errors.
errors. What did I
Were you
mean? Anybody who's lived 50 years and done anything has made mistakes as well as progress and done things.
But for the record, you weren't referring to errors in judgment that Mr. Epstein had related to his inappropriate activities involving.
Absolutely not. I knew nothing about that.
Right.
Did you ever see the birthday book compiled together?
I don't think so.
And you mentioned previously you were friendly with Mr. Epstein. Did you typically send birthday wishes to individuals that you didn't consider to be friends, though?
No, I send out literally hundreds and hundreds of birthday letters every year to people that have been my friends. But if somebody's doing a special, I've sent birthday letters of congratulations to people I've met 2 or 3 times for their 70th birthday, their 80th birthday, their, 50th wedding anniversary. I do it. And I told you, I thought Epstein was interesting and curious. So I wrote a letter that I thought reflected that.
Can you elaborate on what made him interesting and curious?
No more than I've already said.
At this time, I'd like to introduce what will be marked as Majority Exhibit 14. And while it's being handed out, this is an article published by the New York Times on August 5th, 2025, entitled "A Look Inside Epstein's Manhattan Lair." And once you receive the article, I will just direct your attention to page 10.
Where is that?
No, they haven't brought it yet.
Right. It's like, I wrote him a birthday letter probably because a staff member probably told me to, But then he references making mistakes and children in that letter for his 50th birthday. The fuck? Yeah, Steve, we were friendly, but we were not friends. I didn't know him that well. Writes him a 50th birthday card. Right? Come on, man. I'm going to come forward. I'm going to be honest and truthful to help so this never happens again. No. Same old Bill Clinton.
Thank you very much.
And we're specifically looking at a framed photo on a wooden table alongside multiple other framed photos. And we're focusing on the photo in the middle, which appears to have a golden frame.
What is that?
I think
Two more pages. Right there.
Not the page with the Pope.
Yeah, okay, that's it.
Page 10. Is that what we're on?
Page 10. Mr. President, do you recognize yourself in this photo?
I do.
And it appears that the man on the right of the photo is Jeffrey Epstein, is that correct?
I think so.
Have you seen this photograph before today?
Only in this picture.
And for the record, what is happening in this photo?
He's smiling at me, looks like he's talking to me.
This is one of the friendly interactions that you were describing earlier?
Yes,
And can you describe the circumstances surrounding this photo?
Are you asking if he recalls this?
I do not. I have no idea. I see Richard Branson in the back and
Okay.
other people. But I don't remember anything about it.
And you appear to be comfortable with Mr. Epstein in this photo. Would you disagree with
So
that characterization?
You're creating a characterization. He's already responded to your question about the picture.
I'm comfortable with a lot of people. I'm comfortable here. I'm not happy, but I'm comfortable. And my conscience is clear, that helps. If that, let me see it.
My conscience is clear.
Back on the record, Mr. President, good morning.
Good
Bunch
morning.
of bullshit.
My name is,
Oh, here come the minority questions. Get ready for Trump bashing for
and I'll
about
be
20
doing
minutes.
most of the questioning for the minority today. First, I want to thank you for your long and distinguished service to this country. I also want to thank you for your time today. We appreciate it. Before we get to questions, I'd like to take a few minutes and highlight some context that we think is relevant for today's conversation. President Trump had a long-standing personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. That is not a secret, it is well documented, and I think the public and everyone in Congress understands that at this point. President Trump does not like talking about his long-standing personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I think we've all seen that as well. On November 12th of last year, Oversight Committee Democrats released emails that were obtained from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein.
Like, I knew, I didn't even have to hear the questions. I knew, did I not call it? It's going to be Trump bashing for 20 minutes. Look, it's not that Trump wasn't involved and should not be questioned in all of this. I get that. But he is not sitting there right now. Right now, Democrats, you have Bill Clinton sitting there. And there's a lot of nutso bonkers shit that went down in the 90s we're just learning about now. So why would anyone take the time to waste his, like, this is your chance while he's giving a deposition. It's not a sworn testimony, right? It's not like he's been summoned by, you know, there's a lot of legalities to it, right? But it would be difficult to pin him really on anything he said here unless he just completely implicated himself. So that, like, this is your chance to maybe pin him to the wall. Same thing with Hillary. Like, this is it. They're not going to do this again. Like, you don't need to waste time on your bullshit narratives. Ask him the questions that need to be asked. Like, when people are stupid.
One email from 2011, Epstein said to Ghislaine Maxwell that President Trump was, quote, that dog that hasn't barked, and that an unnamed victim, quote, spent hours at my house with him. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote that, quote, of course he, referring to President Trump, knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. I'd like to enter as Minority Exhibit A, Oversight Democrats press release from November 12th, 2025, titled House Oversight Committee releases Jeffrey Epstein email correspondence raising questions about White House cover-up of Epstein files. And that includes both the emails that I just mentioned. There was a fair amount of public attention on those emails, and 2 days later, President Trump asked the Department of Justice to investigate Epstein's relationships with yourself, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, and JP Morgan Chase. You are, of course, a former Democratic president of the United States. Notably, President Trump did not include any Republicans in his demands. Later that day, Attorney General Pam Bondi posted on social media that the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York would comply with President Trump's directive and take the lead on the investigation. I would like to enter as Minority Exhibit B, Attorney General Bondi's post on X, which also includes President Trump's post on Truth Social. It is well understood that you had a personal relationship with Mr. Epstein, and we will talk about that today, but the events I just described color our perspective on the conversation. It appears as if you and other Democratic figures have been targeted by President Donald Trump in an attempt to distract the American people from his own long-standing relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And if that were true, it would not be the first time that President Trump has targeted his political enemies under the guise of law enforcement. This deposition is occurring in the context of unprecedented weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. You may have a perspective on this of your own, so before we get started, I just want to give you the opportunity to share any thoughts you might have on that subject.
I think I'll let you ask me some questions, and then maybe at the end I'll say something.
That sounds fine. Thank you. I'd like to start our conversation with a few foundational questions so we can just set the record straight from the very beginning. With respect to your relationship with Mr. Epstein, did you ever, at any point during your interactions with Jeffrey Epstein, know about the sexual abuse that he was committing against minors and young women?
No,
Have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Jeffrey Epstein?
no,
With respect to your relationship with Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, did you ever, at any point during your interactions with Ghislaine Maxwell, know about the sexual abuse that she committed and facilitated against minors and young women?
no,
Have you ever engaged in sexual activity with a person introduced to you by Ghislaine Maxwell?
no,
Have you ever, at any point, visited Jeffrey Epstein's former estate on Little St. James Island in the U.S. Virgin Islands?
no,
In February of last year, Attorney General Pam Bondi said on Fox News that you traveled on Mr. Epstein's plane, quote, because it supposedly had a bed in there where Jeffrey Epstein had young girls. I will ask you, did you fly on Mr. Epstein's plane because it had a bed where Jeffrey Epstein had young girls?
no,
Are there any other accusations that have been made against you with respect to Mr. Epstein that you'd like to address before we get started with some chronological questions?
Well, I think you pretty well covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask a series of chronological questions. I'd like to try to create one clear chronological record. Some of that might be repetitive from what you've already talked about. I will try to keep that to a minimum. All of these questions are from a long time ago. If you don't recall anything about what I'm asking, just let me know. Starting with events before and during your presidency, the earliest known link that we're aware of between yourself and Mr. Epstein is that he made a pair of campaign contributions to you in 1992. There was a $1,000 contribution to your presidential election committee in January 1992.
Fucking 1992. I mean, I was... What the fuck was I doing in 92? Playing with my Ninja Turtles, probably. Jeffrey Epstein was trying to hack the U.S. government.
And another 1,000 in June to the Clinton Corps General Election Compliance Fund. I imagine a lot of folks donated $1,000 to your campaign. Do you have any specific recollection or knowledge of those particular contributions?
No, I think this is the first time I've ever known that.
Thank you. That takes us into your time as president. You were elected in November of 1992 and inaugurated in January of 1993. Mr. Epstein visited the White House a number of times while you were in office. Our understanding is that Mr. Epstein visited the White House 17 times between 1993 and 1995. I am not going to walk you through each of those visits. I'm just going to break them into categories. I think first, with respect to the only Epstein visit where it is publicly known that you either met Mr. Epstein or had some interaction, was the White House Historical Association reception that you mentioned earlier. I know there's a photograph that you mentioned of yourself and Mr. Epstein meeting. Am I right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell at that event?
I don't.
With respect to the other 16 times that Mr. Epstein came and went, and that spanned 1993 to 1995, am I right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein any of those times?
No, I don't think I did, and I don't know who he saw.
It's been publicly reported that in March of 1995, there was a fundraiser in Palm Beach that you attended and that Mr. Epstein also attended. Other guests reportedly included Jimmy Buffett and investor Ron Perlman, who may have hosted the event at his home. Do you have any specific recollection of that event?
I remember going there in 1995. I have now seen the picture with Jeffrey Epstein and Jimmy Buffett. I recognize Jimmy Buffett. He was a longtime friend of mine. He performed for me twice in my second term as president. And we were friends for the rest of his life. But that's it. I don't know if he knew Mr. Epstein. I had no idea what that picture was. I didn't remember it.
And so is it right that you have no specific recollection of meeting Mr. Epstein?
No, I don't.
At that fundraiser, just for the transfer?
Yeah.
Okay, at the fundraiser. So they're like trying to establish. Well, I think it's the minority side, which would be like the Democrats, right? So it sounds like they're trying to establish some kind of alibi for probably other things that he's been suspected of being a part of around that time.
I'd like to introduce as Minority Exhibit C an article from the Daily Beast titled Jeffrey Epstein Visited Clinton White House Multiple Times in Early 90s. That article is dated July 24th, 2019. Once you receive it, I'll just direct you to page 8 of the article that you're about to receive.
Okay.
All right, well, this will take him 10 minutes.
and 2000.
Okay, I am going to move to the years after your presidency. We'll do this in chronological order as well. Your second term ended in January of 2001. In December of 2001, the New York I'll give you a moment to look that note over, and then I'll read the relevant portion into the record. Page 8.
So let's-
Yeah.
this one.
Okay.
Good Lord.
Yep.
So you can see here that on April 27th, 1995, Lynn Forrester, now Lynn Forrester de Rothschild, sounds like served on a few committees or boards under your administration, wrote you a note. I'll just read part of that note out loud. Dear Mr. President, it was a pleasure to see you recently at Senator Kennedy's house. There was too much to discuss and too little time. Using my 15 seconds of access to discuss Jeffrey Epstein and currency stabilization, I neglected to talk to you about a topic near and dear to my heart, namely affirmative action and the future. And that's the end of the relevant portion. I just wanted to ask whether you have any specific recollection of this note or of your conversation with Ms. Forrester.
I don't.
As far as you can remember, at this point in the middle of 1995, how would you have characterized your relationship with Mr. Epstein?
It would be virtually non-existent.
Do you recall any other interactions that occurred between yourself and Mr. Epstein during your time in office that have not already been mentioned today?
No. I think I've told you everything I know.
In October of 19...
Everything he knows. I think I told you everything. So the Clinton timeline is definitely important. The Clinton Epstein timeline is definitely important. And so I kind of mapped out that timeline. So from 93, we heard 92, Clinton gets that donation. Not a big donation, $1,000. I'm sure it wasn't even significant enough for the president to remember his name, I'm sure. But he goes on the record as a donor at a certain level. And he starts kind of working that access, obviously. But Epstein visited the White House multiple times when the Clintons were president. The White House visitor logs show at least 17 recorded visits by Epstein between 93 and 95. So in a 2-year span, 17 recorded visits. Those are recorded visits. Trust me, they have ways of getting you in and out to the president without letting everyone know. And we know at that same time, Epstein is cultivating all these, relationships and friendships with all these other powerful people. In 2002, Epstein begins appearing publicly around major political figures. So he, for example, attended events with former President Clinton and other world leaders after Clinton left office. So he's making appearances with this guy. But he barely knows him. In 2002, Clinton was quoted as saying, "I've known Jeff for 15 years, terrific guy. He likes beautiful women as much as I do. And many of them are on the younger side." And that was in a profile for New York Magazine. 2002 to 2003, the Epstein jet flights right? We've all heard about these. They talked about them a little bit earlier. These were the flight logs from Epstein's aircraft, the Lolita Express, which is fucked up as well. Shows Clinton flew multiple times on Epstein's plane. They went to Africa, Europe, Asia. Some flights were reportedly connected to the Clinton Foundation humanitarian trips. So the Clinton Global Initiative, the CGI, like the president mentioned. Clinton says Secret Service accompanied him on these trips. And that's, again, he mentioned that as well here, that Epstein told him, hey, I'll cover the whole kit and caboodle as far as the flights go for this foundation. He really wanted to be an integral part of this foundation. In 2002, Clinton took an Africa trip with Epstein and others like Kevin Spacey and comedian Chris Tucker. And we've seen those photos floating around with those guys looking like they're having a fantastic time. The trip involved visits. It was connected to HIV and AIDS and humanitarian initiatives. So that's what we heard Clinton talk about, how he did this wonderful thing, for the first bit of this deposition. But he's got Kevin Spacey, he's got Chris Tucker traveling with Jeffrey Epstein. Sounds more like a boys' week. He used to like boys' weeks from what I understand, from what's out there. In the early 2000s, again, Epstein at Clinton Foundation events. So he attended gatherings involving Clinton Foundation donors and global elites. Though Epstein wasn't a formal board member, he was frequently caught at these events. 2005 to 2008 is when the Epstein investigation begins and really starts heating up. So he becomes the target of a Florida criminal investigation. During that time, reportedly, Clinton sort of ceased interaction with Epstein, right? So he gets in trouble. They get word what the charges are and may be, and they go, oh shit, we need to distance. And that's kind of when it started. 2015, Epstein mentioned in the civil lawsuit in the Gouffre versus Maxwell, a victim alleged she was once told she should have sex with Clinton. Clinton denied the allegation, of course, and no evidence placed Clinton on Epstein Island. And that's, again, why he is confidently saying at this deposition today, I'm sorry, this was a few days ago, but we just got the release within the last 24 hours, that, he was never there, never at Epstein Island. 2019 was the Epstein arrest. 24 to 2025 Epstein documents are unsealed. 26 are these congressional hearings that we're watching today. So Epstein visited the White House during the Clinton presidency. We know by what's documented that happened at least 17 times. We know Clinton flew on Epstein's private jet multiple times, including not only himself, but his entire entourage. And this went on as late as the early 2000s. Clinton described Epstein as a friend in 2002. And then Clinton later says he cut ties after learning what Epstein did. Now, all that going on, all of those interactions, and his wife wants us to believe she never met him. Really? And a picture they were referring to a few seconds ago was one of these pictures here. Oh, hey. I guess there's no getting around the fact that you do know this guy. So you might as well cough it up. Just like the only time he'll admit getting the one massage is the one picture we have. It's the same old Bill Clinton. He is not being honest. Shocker. Shocker, right? Come on. Everyone knows. If you catch someone one time stealing something, that means they've stolen a lot of other things before you caught him or the police caught him or whatever. Right? We know how these numbers work. So what are the odds that the only time Clinton gets a massage is the one time he's pictured getting a massage. Okay. Well, what about the naked swimming in the pool with Maxwell and the unidentified young lady? That was the first time too. Okay, dude.
1999, toward the end of your time in office, we know that Epstein contributed $20,000 to the First Lady's joint fundraising account. Would you have any memory or knowledge of that particular contribution?
No, was that for a White House related thing?
No, joint fundraising, he means the Senate.
Oh, no, I didn't know that.
Okay, I am going to move to the years after your presidency. We'll do this in chronological order as well. Your second term.
That's amazing, y'all. It just took me longer to go through that than him to go through it, and he has Bill Clinton sitting in front of him. Crazy.
Ended in January of 2001. In December of 2001, the New York Post reported that you and Miss Maxwell had dinner at a New York City restaurant called Nello's. Do you have any specific recollection of that dinner?
No. How do I know? I didn't. Nor do I remember the article.
So moving into 2002, you touched on this in the previous round. It sounds like there were two meetings. We don't have exact dates for them, but one of them was at your office in Harlem with Mr. Epstein. The other was at Mr. Epstein's home in New York City. Could you just repeat for us, what do you recall about each meeting, maybe starting with your office in Harlem?
I just remember that sometime in 2002, I think, he paid a visit, and he had become, I think it was either after or just before we started the flights. But he obviously was going to be a serious supporter of the foundation, and I think he paid a visit. I was flattered he wanted to see my office. I liked it.
And then the meeting at his home in New York City, did I hear you say in the previous hour that Mr. Epstein was not actually there?
I said that when I wrote my book and talked about it, and when I've talked about it in the past, I realized I talk as if he were there, and of course he was there. And I started trying to picture the nice man on the staff that showed me around. And now I'm just being honest, I don't remember whether he was there or not. He could have been there, but I don't remember.
As far as you can recall, would the purpose of that meeting also have been related to Mr. Epstein's support of your work through his plane, for example?
Yeah, the reason we went by, regardless of who was there, was that my staff we finished an event in New York City that had a place, and Lord knows how many I've done since then. I don't remember what it was for, but it was in New York City. And my staff, they said, we're only a couple of blocks from Epstein's house. It's a converted elementary school. He's very proud of it. And I think, it'd be a nice thing to do. Since it's early, you could just go by and take a look at it. So that's what we did.
His house was a converted elementary school? And Clinton was like, I gotta check this out.
Recall
What the
seeing
fuck?
anything or anyone in his home that was suspicious or reflected abnormally young women or girls?
No, the only people I saw there that night were staff. And him, if he was there, I just don't remember.
Do you recall seeing any images of young girls or women at Epstein's home?
No.
So moving to some of the travel on Mr. Epstein's plane, and we have specific dates for a lot of that. I'd like to move through that chronology of known trips, just one at a time in order. To begin, flight logs indicate that on February 9th of 2002, and we'll give you the logs. You flew on Mr. Epstein's plane from Miami to Westchester County, New York, with Epstein, Maxwell, and some others. And you mentioned this flight in the previous round as well. I will introduce that flight log as Minority Exhibit D. And we'll give you a moment to receive that and take a look at it.
Is this one page?
It is one page, exactly.
Excuse me.
And the flight in question, the leftmost column has the number 9 on it, and you can see your name at the beginning in one of the middle columns.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
at the top, it says 15. Are you talking about a date? Could you just,
Yeah, the one on February 9th?
thank you.
Sure.
This one.
Yeah, I do see it.
Great. I'll just ask some specific questions. As an initial question, and we can see it here, you had a Secret Service detail that traveled with you after you left office, presumably still does. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
that's correct.
And did that detail accompany you on all trips that you took with Mr. Epstein?
Yes.
For this trip from Miami to Westchester, first, just do you recall the circumstances of the trip?
No, I was down there and I was coming home. I don't remember why I was down there.
In terms of who was present on the flight, and we'll do this exercise with the other trips as well, are you able to make out from the initials here, maybe who is who? In other words, I can see your name, and I can see 4 Secret Service. And then from there, we have 2 males, 1 female, I think Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, and then SK and AP. Do you have any recollection of who any of those folks may have been?
No. I just don't remember. I'm sorry, I don't. And the initials, they don't mean anything to me.
This isn't a record from yours, this is their record.
Yeah.
In February in 2002, so the same month as this flight, it was reported that you and Miss Maxwell were seated together at some type of charity gala in New York. I don't know what the charity was or where exactly the event occurred. Do you have any recollection of what I'm referring to?
Could you state the date again, sir?
In the same month, February 2002, and I don't have an exact date.
What was the report in?
Simply that you and Ms. Maxwell were seated together at a charity gala in New York.
Wow. I have no recollection of it, but it could have happened.
Heading into March of 2002, so the following month, we have a series of international travel, and the first of those trips indicates that on March 19th and 21st of 2002, you flew on Mr. Epstein's plane from JFK to London and back with Mr. Epstein, Ms. Maxwell, and some others. We will introduce those flight logs as Minority Exhibit E and go through the same exercise.
Thank you.
And that's the 19th and the 21st.
See, the 19th and the 21st?
Yes. Down toward the bottom of the page.
Oh, hold on, it's pretty.
Was this a flight to London?
Yes.
Yeah, this says we had 10 Secret Service agents.
So I guess just to start with, do you recall the circumstances or the reason for this trip?
And this was when?
This was March of 2002.
I don't, but keep in mind, there was a lot of stuff going on. the India in the late January, 4 days after I left office, had a horrible earthquake. And lots of people died. And I called the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Vajpayee, who belongs to the current leader's party, but was much less uber nationalist. And I asked him if I could help. And he said, yes. He said, I have the money and organization to fix the big cities, but not the smaller towns. And we need schools, we need hospitals, we need all this stuff rebuilt. Will you help? So that's the first thing I undertook to do, even before the AIDS thing, after I left the White House. So I was there. So by March of 2002, the next year, we were still working on that. And then the South Asian tsunami hit in December. So I was doing all this stuff and also trying to get set up at home too. So that's why it sounds unusual for me to have 10 Secret Service agents, but I must have been going to several stops.
And is it the same for you when you look at some of these names? I can make out the name Naomi Campbell. Do you have any recollection of Naomi Campbell being on this flight?
Naomi, when we went to Europe once, I think she went on one. She was a friend of Doug's, and that's what I remember. Let me see. Yep. And Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know who the other people are.
Looks like Doug Band is listed there, and that.
Yeah, he's there, but SK, I don't know who that is.
Okay, great. Thank you. Moving to May of 2002, just 2 months after the one we just looked at, flight logs show a series of flights around Asia. Got 5 flights, including Hong Kong, China, Singapore, and Thailand. I'll introduce the flight logs for that trip. Just take a look at it together as Minority Exhibit F. You still need it, right?
We do need it. Thank you. Oh, great. Thank you very much. You said
So
what?
those are from the 22nd to the 25th.
Let me just highlight that for a second. 22nd. And you're saying each one till the 25th?
Yeah, so the first one lists the former president, and then 4 in a row after that lists same as above. So it's the same group of folks for about 5 flights
Yep.
there. So same question, this trip to Asia, do you have a recollection of the circumstances, how the trip came about?
Yeah, that was 2002, right?
Yes.
So and when was the tsunami? Was it at the end of 2002 or the end of 2001?
That I'm not sure of.
But just to the best of your memory, you have to share what you know.
Anyway, to the best of my memory, this was a trip to raise funds to organize our health network in Asia, which was basically designed to deal with AIDS, but also I was heavily involved in the reconstruction of India after the earthquake there. And was asked to do it by the Prime Minister and later by the UN. So I was involved with that.
And do you have any recollection of who these individuals on the flight were? For example, there are a few female names. I think one is Janice, one is Jessica. When you look at the log, do you have any recollection of who's who?
No.
Do
May
you,
have been a flight attendant, I don't know.
do you have any recollection of the flights themselves?
Of this
Not the
particular
flights
flight?
themselves.
This group of flights?
I remember we made several stops and you mentioned them. And we're going there, but that's all I remember.
To the best of your recollection, whether with respect to the flights or the trip itself, did you ever witness or become aware of sexual abuse of any kind?
No.
We then have logs showing 2 flights in July of 2002, and I will introduce those as Minority Exhibit G. Give you a moment to receive those.
What was the prior one?
Prior one would have been F.
And that was the May 2002 flight log.
Where's F?
No, I put F on that, but I thought that was, sorry, so you're.
Oh, no problem. It should be May 2002. I have as F as in Frank.
Okay, I'm not sure what this one was. Okay, got it. I'm gonna get the labels later.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry about that.
No, not at all.
Apologize.
So this one will be G, and it's July of 2002, specifically on July 13th.
Oh, sorry. Next one, Mr. President.
That's the old one. Is that right?
I'll give that one to David.
I'll
You
give you a
said-
moment.
Hey,
to
does this
look at
say
it.
where we're going?
Yeah, it's on the 13th, and these flights are from Morocco to Portugal, and then Portugal to JFK. And our understanding, just from public reporting, is that this may have been part of a trip to Morocco to attend the King of Morocco's wedding.
And you're asking him about the legs that he's on.
This
Correct,
was-
exactly.
This was July of
Is that when his
2022.
wedding was?
Sorry?
Is that when he got married?
It may have been. I think that's my
July.
question for you, is whether you recall that this trip,
I recall going to his wedding.
okay, do you recall approximately when that wedding would have been?
No, but it was a long time ago. I don't know if this was it. But I did go to Morocco more than once.
Do you recall attending the King of Morocco's wedding?
Absolutely, I did.
Do you recall whether Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell also attended that wedding?
I don't. I remember, I think Chelsea went with me. And I remember because my late mother-in-law loved Morocco, and Chelsea was there with her once and she wanted to go. So we went, and it was really nice. I was very close to the king's father, and I marched in his funeral when he died. And so they had this wedding and we were invited, and I very much wanted to go. Hillary was working and didn't go. Chelsea did, and I think Huma was with us too. I think,
There's been some reporting that you may have invited Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell to the King's wedding. It sounds like, but please you tell me, do you have any specific recollection of that?
I don't remember.
Do you have any specific recollection of these 2 flights, which may or may not have been part of the King's wedding? They're from Morocco to Portugal and Portugal to JFK. Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell were on the flights as well as yourself.
When I was coming home,
He's just asking you about these 2 legs, and he's asking you, do you have any recollection of these 2 legs of the flight?
no, I remember the wedding very well and all the stuff that happened, but that's all. I don't remember the coming or the going.
Thank you. In September of that year, we have the trip that I think a lot of folks are aware of. This is a trip to Africa in September of 2002. The trip started at JFK, ended in London, stopped in Ghana, Nigeria, Rwanda, Mozambique, and South Africa. Some high-profile figures were on board, including actor Kevin Spacey and comedian.
Man, this is like tough, right, to get through, but we're gonna do it, y'all. So I am gonna skip ahead just a little because we did talk about his trip with Kevin Spacey. It was actually Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker, which what a combo, right? Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker walk into a bar, and yeah, nuts. So skip ahead just a moment. This isn't. Let's see. Because here's the thing, folks. Like I had the interesting thing time stamped, and I lost the page I had it time stamped on. So then I was like, okay, well, I can just go and find the segments in the video, but for whatever reason, the segments aren't matching up with the timing. So then I thought, well, we'll just let it go. But now it's getting like crazy boring, right? Just because they're talking about, it's so redundant. And I think that's also part of the mission as well, right? Flood the zone. So we just stop paying attention. Same here. Bore them to death. So they just stop paying attention. Okay, so here's what I got. I've got the Epstein death question, which is supposed to happen around the 3-hour mark. Let's see.
And so you're saying there were women younger than 18?
I'm asking.
Yeah, if you can ask.
What was your knowledge of Mr. Band's relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell? London, I am press toxic, so your email address?
Says I was invited.
Got it.
Okay, so I'm going back. We're going to at least get Burleson's questions in before we swap it over to Hillary. Probably get to the closing statements as well on Bill. But so Burleson turns out was the one who asked Hillary the UFO questions yesterday. I think it was Boebert asked her the question about Pizzagate, and Burleson asked about UFOs. And I don't knock these folks for trying to get answers to questions they wanted answers to forever, because it's not exactly easy to get one of these two in front of you, especially if you've been dumping on them in the news for the last 10 years. So you take that opportunity but it's squandered because it's not relative. So they're not going to answer it, first of all. Second of all, it's not relative to what is going on in the case or in the investigation. So it's like, it's not even admissible anywhere. It's just this thing. Like you're just trying to create internet buzz or something by asking these questions in formats that don't matter. They just don't. I mean, I appreciate the effort, but really what we should be asking Hillary and Bill Clinton about during the Epstein investigation is Jeffrey Epstein and how you knew him and how you may have helped him and even participated in some activities with him. Lord knows we've seen the photos. This whole thing it's a charade. A charade, I say.
I will repeat the question again. Did Miss Maxwell ever visit your home in Chappaqua?
I don't recall, but it's quite possible she did. Hillary was a senator. In the beginning, she had a lot of events there. And we knew her.
During the same exchange, Miss Maxwell implies that she may have been just driving past Chappaqua and stopped in if you were home. Did this ever occur?
If you don't.
Not that I remember, but I may not have been home.
But Mr. President, is it common for people to just stop by your house?
No. There
And for
are
the
more than
record-
one or two people who would do that.
So for the record, you're a former president. Does your security detail allow people to show up unannounced?
Well,
No.
they'd allow them to, but they don't, your question is whether or not the security allows them in.
Yeah, they have to be cleared to be able to come and go
Thank you.
like that.
So tired of these snooty, rich
President.
fucks that think they're better than all of us.
I want to ask about Doug Band. And
Okay.
what was Doug Band's relationship with you, sir?
Well, it changed over time, but he was basically the last in a long line of young men. They were my sort of body people. They were close.
Yep. Amen, Zionic. Thoughts and prayers for the troops. 100%. Fucking sucks, but it is what it is. We support the troops 100,000 million %. Do we support the war effort? Well, of course we support the effort. We support the country. Do we support the war? That's a whole nother debate, right? But we 1,000,000% want our troops to be safe no matter what the fuck is going on, because they don't get to make those decisions, right? They just get to execute.
Close to me and supposed to get me where I was trying to go on time and all of that. And then after he and another young man, Justin Cooper, wanted to come with me when I left the White House. You know, when you leave the White House, they give you, you get, I don't know, a certain allocation for staff. And I think there are 9 positions you can put on federal health insurance. I think that's right. But anyway, Doug and Justin were 2 of them.
So say he's pretty close.
What?
You were pretty close.
We were close, and Justin wrote my book with me. I mean, he did all the, the clerical work, and Doug was our main fundraiser when we started off.
Okay. I would like to introduce Majority Exhibit, I believe it would be 18, which is the EFTA 02332287.
Thank you very much.
So this is pretty short. This is an email from Doug Band to
Yep, I'm familiar with it.
to GMAX, which is commonly known as Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yep.
It says, for the record, the email states, "You back? Another way to get in touch with me quicker is on my BlackBerry, actually the president's, but we share it." The email that's listed there, WJC, is that your email address? Or was that your email address?
Practically, no. That is, I never sent one email on it.
But you recognize that?
I recognize it, and I think Doug
Practically,
thought
no.
it would increase his cachet if he
Oh, it is, but I don't even know how those newfangled emails work.
had an email with WCC on it, and
I don't
But
ever
he's asking,
use
is
it.
this
this your email, Mr. President?
no, I didn't send her emails on it.
Did you share a
But
BlackBerry with
is
Mr. Band?
it your account?
Well, he says we did, but I think I finally got another BlackBerry.
But this was back before, okay, sorry, Mr. President, this is back in, think of the year, look at the year, so you make sure you're answering the question.
2001.
Did you have a phone in 2000? He's asking you, was this your BlackBerry, or did you share this BlackBerry with him?
Well, I'd been out of office then 9 months.
Did you have a phone, Mr. President?
I don't think I did. Anyway, But the truth is, I don't remember. I just know that I did not email.
Okay, so you did not email, how often do you send emails? Or did you send emails?
Have you ever sent an email, Mr. President?
I sent one email to John Glenn, Senator John Glenn, when he was in space at age 77. And I sent an email to the
So
men
you
and women
did.
on board a U.S. ship in the Adriatic during
Oh my God. So he did. So he's like, maybe if I make it boring, they'll forget.
the
They won't pay attention.
Kosovo War.
Have you
Yep,
sent
it was
any other
one
emails,
time in the
Mr. President,
90s.
that's-
Since then, I'm not sure
Kosovo.
I've sent one.
Okay. I'd like to
And I told him no more back in Kosovo.
introduce Majority Exhibit
I
number
know it makes me
19,
a certified,
which ends in 2335030.
yeah.
Well, I got to, I guess, give credit to Burleson for the patience, because we know where I think politically he comes down on things. So treating the president, ex-president with respect, probably an amount of respect is as much as being a Gen Xer and being raised in a blue city. So as much as like that was a foundational thing for me, 90s, and we loved Clinton, right? I know as terrible as that fucking sounds, that's where I was raised. I would not be showing this man the amount of respect that Burleson is. So God bless him. Because I'm quite furious with all these bastards.
One goes to,
Okay, if you're ready, I'll be happy to read it out loud. It's, again, it's from GMAX, Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, I read it.
We believe, while it's redacted, having seen the unredacted files, we believe that the two is to the same email. It says, sorry to hear about the Bellsburg stuff is bad news, even worse, that it may be damaging. You know that one of my pet fears is that in London, I am press toxic, so I hope that I never add to your woes in that department. If I hear anything, I will of course let you know. I could not help myself. There was one juicy little bit tidbit I did let out, the one about what a super stud that you are and how I have a crush on you and how you are hung like a horse. And well, you get the picture. Hope you don't mind. Are you familiar with this email?
are you
Well,
saying
I
at the
am.
time it was sent
As
or
long
in the
as a
preparation
horse.
for this?
I don't like to brag.
At the time that it was sent, were you familiar with it?
Oh, no.
Are you familiar with it before?
Yes, it's
Okay.
now famous.
Okay, what can you tell me about your knowledge of this email?
So if his knowledge is only from when he was prepared for this hearing, that would have been with his counsel, or is that what are you asking for outside of any preparation
Let me
for
ask
this
this.
hearing?
Mr. President, do you believe that Mr. Band sent this or received this email?
I do.
Okay.
I'm singing his penis.
so
He is hung like a
There's
horse.
more. Let me go to the next one. Exhibit, which would be number 20.
And the answer is, I
Oh,
don't
wait a
know
minute,
about
there's
this.
no question.
Okay. At the time.
I would just ask you to clarify whether or not you're asking if he knows about these emails at the time they were sent, or if you're asking whether or not he came to learn about them in the course of preparation, just so that distinction in time is clear.
Okay.
As in, was he a perv during the presidency, after the presidency, or both? These are the things we need to know.
I believe this email is also very short. It's just at the top. Again, it's from the WJC email, same one. And it says, this email is silly. I want to spank bottoms tonight.
Who's it from?
It's from the same email account, the same email that has been used before, the WJC email. What was your knowledge of Mr. Band's relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell?
I knew he was
William Jefferson Clinton.
basically, he contacted her in the same way that she represented Epstein on things. I did not know, nor did I need to know, that they had a personal relationship for
Did
a
they
while.
have a physical relationship?
It's just at any time I hear spanking, I got to get in there.
Are you asking him whether or not they had a physical relationship?
You believe they had a physical relationship?
I don't know for sure.
And just to be clear, you said it, but you did not have a physical relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell.
The presidency
not.
answered that question multiple
Absolutely.
times.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and finally, I want to move on to another question regarding the visits to the White House. Are you familiar with Mark Middleton?
Yes.
Can you describe who Mark Middleton was?
He was a young man from Arkansas who was really ambitious, wanted to go to work in Washington, wanted to have,
Okay, so I'm just going to pause this for just a second. If y'all like the stuff that I do and you haven't seen the episode Flack and I did on Mina, I think it's like a 3-hour long. I think it's over 3 hours. But we got in depth on these folks, and if you can get through the other people's content in the first few minutes, because basically I had to snip it in so many kind of news shows to kind of catch people up on what was going on at that time. To kind of was trying to get people in that state of mind, early 90s, late 80s, early 90s Arkansas, and what was going on there, because it was a totally different world. And the fact that they were running we always hear about the CIA running drugs for weapons to arm the Sandinistas in Nicaragua, but we don't really hear a lot about that operation itself. I mean, we know some of the key players like the Freeway Rick Ross and the Barry, I'm not going to remember his name because I'm trying to think of it, but we know the key players. They made the movie with Tom Cruise and all that stuff. But what nobody's really hit on, I mean, some people have, but what hasn't really gained any traction for whatever reason is the amount of drugs that the Clintons were funneling through. Not the Clintons. The Clintons were in power when these drugs were getting funneled through Mena, Arkansas. So it's pretty interesting. It's like all the stuff I grew up hearing about these people, just having, haters. It really wasn't that. There was a lot of questions about the legality of a lot of things the Clintons did, not just with Jeffrey Epstein, but with other things too.
And he knew Mac McClarty, my chief of staff, who was from Little Rock, and Bruce Lindsay, who was also from Little Rock. And he worked with us, and then later I think he became, I don't know, but maybe he became a lobbyist later, but there was a period of time when he was in a position to wave people in to the White House because that was one of his jobs.
Okay. So he has been identified by multiple news sources to be the individual that most of the time was entering or signing in Jeffrey Epstein into the White House.
Yes.
And what role did he have specifically at that time?
He was working and on logistical things in the White House, but there must have been someone else who he told him to let him in. Maybe Mark had I don't know if he had the authority to let people
You
in.
can only testify to what you know. He's asking, who did Mark Middleton work for in the White House?
I don't know the answer to that. I
Okay.
can find that, but
So knowing that he met with Mark Middleton or was signed in with Mark Middleton, do you have any knowledge of the content of the meetings or the topics of the meetings that Mr. Epstein would be coming for?
no, I never Mac never said anything to me about meeting with him.
And by Mac, do you mean Mac McClarty,
Yeah.
Chief of Staff? Did he work for Mac McClarty?
Well, he might have been, but at the time, was this at the beginning of my presidency or at the end?
This would have been during the 90s at the beginning. when he was
1993 to
visiting.
1995 is what they provided before
Yeah,
the
he
period
was-
of time for the visits.
He was my first chief of staff, and then he became my special envoy to Latin America, so,
And this is Mac McClarty.
I'm McClarty, so
Okay,
it depends on, well, we could tell what he was doing if we knew when this happened.
okay. Are you aware that Mr. Middleton committed suicide?
Yes, I
In
am.
2022. He was found dead at Hefner Ranch, approximately 30 miles from his home in Little Rock. He was discovered hanging from a tree by an
You know what else they have at Hefner? Well, Playboy Mansion. Tunnels. They got tunnels there. Fucking all the creepers got them. That's the new thing. Y'all didn't know? If you're a creeper, got to get some tunnels, some secret passageways.
extension cord around his neck with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the chest. So he was shot and hung. Do you, do you have any information that leads you to suspect that he did something other than commit suicide?
No,
Okay.
Do you have any concerns that this was in relation to his knowledge or relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, given the date?
But the president has
Of the
already
suicide?
testified to the fact that he was unaware that Mr. Epstein was visiting the White House. So are you asking him then as to what he would have known?
I'm asking, when you heard about the death, knowing about the things that have been, at this point, it's all over the news, seeing that he has committed suicide. Have you ever had any conversations with people about whether or not that there's any relationship between the two?
oh, no. No one's ever suggested it to me.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Wait, you live under a
That's
fucking rock?
It's really sad.
It is.
McGuire from Virginia.
He represents UVA. He represents UVA.
UVA.
He represents UVA.
Okay, still didn't get it.
I served in Navy Special Warfare during your presidency.
Thank you.
In your opening statement, you talked about preventing future or more human trafficking in our country, and I agree with that. I think that's one of the big purposes of being here. Today, we hope we can get justice for the victims, have accountability and transparency. Just curious, have you read the Epstein files that have been released?
No. I've read many news stories about them, but I haven't read them all.
Why would he? He's like Shia out on the streets trying to get some ass, yo. Don't want to give a fuck about the Epstein files.
How many Epstein files do you recall were released during the Biden administration?
I don't know. How many?
If you know.
I don't know.
0. And how many Epstein files have been released during President Trump's second term?
Again, if you know.
Thanks to the Congress and the victims, quite a number.
Over 3 million. Now, as president, you're chief of executive for the U.S., and as we get to the end of this, I'm going to ask you, what could we do to prevent, because I think that's what we all care about, is what do we do to prevent more human trafficking type stuff? So let's talk about Kevin Spacey for a second. In a June 2024 interview on Piers Morgan, Kevin Spacey recounted noticing young girls on the flight and expressed he didn't want to be around this guy, Epstein, because it felt he put the president at risk on that trip to South Africa because there were these young girls. So did Mr. Spacey ever communicate these concerns to you directly?
Not that I recall, no.
Did anyone else express similar concerns about these young people?
No.
Do you agree with Mr. Spacey's characterization that these young
So my wife and I have this theory. It's not 100%. But when somebody says, I don't recall, for whatever reason, the recall word seems to be a tell of liars or lawyers, right? you'll notice they ask, did you know about underage girls giving massages? No. Did you know? Did Kevin Spacey ever ask you if you were concerned about the young girls on the flight? Not that I recall. Nope, I don't recall. I bet he did. I bet he did. Because now we know Kevin Spacey wouldn't be influenced by such things. Back then, maybe we didn't. But now we know he wouldn't be influenced by such things. At least not of that sex, right? So for him to see that on that flight, enough to be concerned about it and to mention it, that's a big deal in his world, right? And that's why I think he's telling the truth and Clinton is lying. The I don't recall was just the icing on the cake for me.
Young girls on the flight were concerned.
I'm sorry, what exactly is the characterization that Mr. Spacey gave?
That these young girls would put the president at risk.
So that's Mr. Spacey's concern. And you're asking him whether or not
Would he-
Mr.
would he
Spacey
agree?
said that, shared that with him?
Would he, yes, would he agree with that?
I had no reason to believe that at the time.
Okay. Did you ever feel uncomfortable due to the presence of young girls on any of these flights?
When you say young girls, do you mean women who are younger than 18? And so you're saying there were women younger than 18?
I'm asking.
Yeah, if you can ask that question.
Were there anybody on the flights that you can recall under age 18?
To the best of my knowledge, there was not. If there was, and I knew it, I would be uncomfortable.
That answered. All right. Did you ever speak with or otherwise engage with, well, I think you just answered, young girls on these flights, so I'll move on. Ron Burkle, do you know him?
I do.
All right. Ron Burkle commented on the Epstein is creepy. I would like to introduce Majority Exhibit. And what's number? 21, Majority Exhibit 21, page 5. The paragraph at the top of the page, the last sentence. If you would take a look at that.
Could you say what page again?
Sure, it's page 5, the paragraph at the top, the last sentence.
If you could give us a minute to read it, that'd be
Sure.
great.
I figure by the time I figure it out and get it fast forwarded to the right place, he'll probably have it read. So it's like a 4.5 hour video on YouTube, y'all. I'm sorry. It's hard to go forward and back because you jump forward by like 10 minutes. And I know, like, when I'm watching stuff by myself, I'll do like the 1.5 speed, or
No,
even
page
if I'm
5.
feeling real frisky, I'll do the 2 times speed to get through it.
Top
then-
This paragraph.
We wouldn't be able to chill together and watch these idiots. So thank you for hanging out.
And more specifically, the last sentence of the top paragraph.
I can't say that we need to consume every second of this, but I can say these are important depositions. Whether they're going to have an impact now or down
I
the
didn't know
road,
about this.
we may be able to tie
So,
things together
the question would be
with
this.
what was
I
in these
understand you didn't know anything
depositions.
about it, but let me ask the
Possibly.
question. You have no memory of this occurring, correct?
Excuse me,
Excuse me.
are you talking about Ron Burkle saying to the president?
Well, let me read the whole thing. Let me read the whole thing.
You didn't actually say, it doesn't say that.
Sources close to Burkle says he was invited by Clinton, assumed the rod was vetted, and flew home on a commercial jet after finding Epstein to be creepy. It appears if he saw that and he flew home early, but that be that as may. Do you have any memory of this occurring?
I don't.
Why do you think Mr. Burkle would think Epstein is creepy?
Are you asking for
Objection,
him?
speculative, he can't know
I
what.
don't know.
This is what's so frustrating when, I mean, you can ask, but now this answer that he gives is, it will never be admissible. You see? It's like this legal game they're very good at playing at.
Some people thought I shouldn't fly with him.
Did you witness anything unusual with Epstein that would lead you to believe that Epstein was creepy?
No, I never saw him.
I mean, that is kind of funny. Talk about pot calling the kettle black. Ron Burkle saying that Jeff Epstein is creepy when some rumors out there about that guy too. We'll just put it that way.
Do anything that I was suspicious.
And you don't recall Mr. Burville leaving the trip early to fly home commercially after
I
five?
don't know.
Okay,
I'm surprised I don't know that.
sure. So who else in your circle, because one of the concerns I have is how did someone who is convicted of trafficking humans, how did he infiltrate the highest level of government? If we could get to an idea or a lesson learned, we could prevent that from happening again. Who in your circle, while you were president or after in the Clinton Foundation?
It does not take an oversight committee to answer that question, dude. Doesn't take Bill Clinton, doesn't take the president, it doesn't take a CEO of some company. It takes anybody with a rational brain to realize money can buy you damn near anything in this country, including a get out of jail free pass or a we'll just ignore you pass. Money is what greases these wheels. Let's not pretend like it's something else. The dudes have no self-control and they're disgusting. Therefore, they'll pay just about anything to be able to do these things to whomever they want to.
Who else do you think we should question here?
Can I just clarify one thing? You said who had been convicted. He wasn't convicted at the time.
Epstein?
Yes,
No, I'm talking afterwards, so people that were associated with him, because
after he was
because
convicted.
one of the questions would be is, why do you think Epstein visited the White House so much?
So he was convicted in 2008,
I believe so, I believe
and he visited the White House in the 90s. So I'm just trying to make sure you're not speaking to before he was convicted. You're talking about after he was convicted?
So let me go back. So the thing is, he went to the White House many times, and he is connected to world leaders all over the place. Many people have resigned as a result of the Epstein files. So I'm just asking a neutral question, and that based on your experience as a world leader, what could we do to prevent predators like this from infiltrating the highest levels of the American government?
Well, when someone knows about it, they should report it, and there should be a system set up to act on it.
Well, I agree with that. Is it true that
There's not?
2013 Ms. Maxwell was a guest at the Clinton Global Initiative Conference?
I don't know, because when's the last year we had it?
2013 is one of the years where they're asking whether or not she was there.
I know. I'm trying to,
So you can just,
off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, I understand that she also attended your daughter's wedding.
She did.
And so understanding now the unspeakable evil that these people committed, do you believe it was a mistake allowing them close to your family?
are you asking if he knew at the time when she was at the wedding?
Looking back,
Looking back, I had no idea. If I had known what she was doing, I would have done the right thing.
understand. Well, I think that,
But I also, keep in mind, I felt bad for Ted Waite, who was a very close friend of mine. And I never had any doubt about him and still don't.
Roger that. Well, I think you would agree that we all want justice for the victims. We all want transparency and accountability.
Do you?
We
Do
want
you
to
really?
strengthen our anti-human trafficking laws. President Trump has secured the border and gone after the cartels and even passed legislation to help human trafficking victims. What other legislation could we do, based on your experience, that would help stop trafficking in America, if not the world?
We could hold the people accountable from
Well,
this
first you
thing.
need to ask people who know
starters.
more about how people get over it. I mean, there's already been a large number of dollars put into settlements, but I think there must be damages to people that will take a lifetime to heal. So I think there needs to be a lot of study on that. And then I think there's the hotlines that where people make reports need to be taken seriously, and you need to follow up on them. And I think that the more we talk about it, the less likely it is that another big network will form.
Thank you for answering my questions.
I think you're doing a good, just having us talk about it is important.
Thank you.
Next will be Mr. Groffman from Wisconsin.
Can I get a time check?
You have approximately 15 minutes remaining.
What?
Approximately 15 minutes remaining.
Okay. Hello, sir.
Oh, Mr. President. It's on here.
Yes, we can hear you.
Was Jeffrey Epstein on, you apparently took 26 flights on planes connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Was he on every flight you were on?
Was he on every flight I was on? That's a
If you
good
know-
question.
If you know,
What?
if you know.
I
the flight
don't
management,
recall.
you know.
There'll be a record of it, but I think he was, or certainly on most.
You think he was? Well, that's okay. Was his
Okay, that's the other thing. How they really are gaslighting us. Like, they really want you to think. They really want you to think they weren't friends or friendly when they took 28 flights together. And it's not like it was on a big commercial airline. This is on a private jet that's name has a young girl sexual innuendo. Come on. 28 flights, y'all weren't friends? Get the fuck out of here with that.
Ghislaine Maxwell on every flight you were on, as far as you remember?
The same answer. I think she was, but there'll be a record of it.
Okay. When you took these flights, you're saying a lot of them were on behalf of your foundation or your charitable work, correct?
Yes.
Who did you normally bring on these flights? I assume, employees of the foundation, whatever.
I brought people who work with me, especially people who would have to follow up on the fundraising, or people who were involved in my AIDS work. I bought people who.
Just like I never go anywhere alone. You never went anywhere alone. Right?
What? No.
We always have an
And
entourage.
I had the Secret Service with me. And then on occasion, I had people who had volunteered to help us and wanted to see what we were doing. For example, I think it was on one of these trips, I think, that I had my first trip for the man who's now the governor of Illinois, J.B. Pritzker, and his wife. They helped me get started. All a matter of public record.
Okay. As far as on your normal trips, could you rattle off, say, the 4 or 5 people connected to your foundation who you remember were most frequently on these trips or were most important on the trips? Could you give us the names?
Well, Doug Mann, Justin Cooper, Aaron Magaziner, and I can't remember who else. I'd be glad to look.
We'll give you a couple seconds to think. I can't remember who worked for me 10 years ago, so I don't expect you. But anybody else you can think
It
of?
was 24 years ago. I'll be glad to try to find out who else there.
Okay. Well, when you were on the plane, first of all, what did the plane look like when you got on? Can you describe what it looked like?
It was at first it looked like a commercial airplane. Seats on both sides of the aisle. And typically our crew kind of filled it up for however many people, depending on how many people
Okay, well, sure. Make me look stupid, Bill. Apparently, it was the size of a commercial airplane. Still, I'm still sticking with my story. It's a private plane you took 28 times with Jeffrey Epstein. So even if it was big, I don't care. You were friends with that guy. Just stop pretending.
People we had the staff and the friends of the foundation.
I wasn't friends with Jeffrey Epstein. I never inhaled.
Oh, yes, I worked, my foundation did a lot of work in the Virgin Islands.
And you also vacationed there as president?
Well, yeah, and when I was president, Hillary and I vacationed there, and we liked it very much.
Okay,
But when they had the hurricane in 2017, we went to the islands and tried to help. My foundation did.
Okay.
And we did a lot of work there.
Okay, we have another question. You know, when you read about this, and obviously these files have received a lot of public attention, recently a columnist pointed out that one of the reasons this human trafficking was allowed to exist is there were lawyers, sometimes high-priced lawyers, who were able to bring, I guess particularly from Eastern Europe, Eastern European girls through here, you know, negotiate the immigration laws and such. And particularly some very high-priced famous lawyers were hired, and apparently, I don't know, they couldn't find anything better to do when they left Washington, were engaged in helping.
That's an interesting body language, isn't it? I mean, maybe it means nothing. A lot of people would tell you body language is very important, especially in instances like this, especially with presidents. It's very interesting.
I guess girls that some people alleged became prostitutes get here from Eastern Europe. Could you comment on lawyers who make money bringing girls from Eastern Europe or other places around the world into prostitution, coming to this country?
Sorry, I'm just to clarify, you just want him to comment on that?
Yeah, I want you to comment. What do you think of these people?
You're asking
I
his
don't
opinion.
like it.
What?
I don't like it, but I don't know much about it.
Would you think that, oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting the hook. You know how it is. Saved by the bell. Well, why not finish that question? Do you think if lawyers help legally or illegally people come into this country for the purpose of prostitution, that they should be disbarred?
Not unless it's illegal to do it. If you pass a law which said it was illegal to provide representation, notwithstanding the constitutional right to
You
get
think they're
one,
sleazy lawyers if they
then
do it?
maybe
We
you
get you to
can.
say that? Sleazy lawyers? We'll say they're sleazy?
For the record, we think lawyers are fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And lastly is
God, it's just so gross, y'all. Fuck these people. The minority group referenced this email. Larry Summers from Jeffrey Epstein. Recall, I've told you I've met some very bad people, none as bad as Trump, not one decent cell in his body. So yes, dangerous. And then, you know, when this got discovered, the world went nuts and everybody had a theory about what that meant. And yeah. So one good thing after these depositions is that Comer wants more. So they have sent out letters to these folks here, probably a couple of the more notable ones being Bill Gates, Leon Black, Ted Waite, and this isn't just, you know, hey, please show up. I mean, they're sending actual summonses to these folks. We need you to come and testify. Now, my concern is that, you know, let's say the oversight this oversight committee, for whatever reason, has some kind of breakthrough, well, then what? What kind of legal authority do you have? How can you hold people accountable? I mean, this is nuts. You realize, like, there have been powerful people in other countries that have been arrested just for being in these emails and not looking good. And we have way more than that going on in the fucking White House. They're running our country. These folks are running our country. And Lutnick says he will appear voluntarily for a transcribed interview, which means no video, no audio, probably closed door session. Okay, that's about all I can take from Bill. So we're gonna move on to Hillary, and it's not like she's much better, right? But this was Hillary actually gave her deposition a day before. We know there were a couple minor firework moments in this one. Seems like Boebert might be an idiot. I don't know, but not making good decisions. So this was Hillary Clinton 2 days ago. We're going to get this going. And yeah, I will interrupt as I see fit, as I have been. Let's go here. So this is our majority questions of Hillary Clinton. So we know these probably aren't going to be the nice ones.
We'll go on the record. Witnesses Counsel has something she would like to state before we get started today.
First of all, good morning and thank you. I just wanted to state for the record that we had requested that there be amplification so that the witness both could hear the different members who are here, and certainly you all as you all are asking questions, but also so that the witness herself could hear. In a construct where you all now have videotape, it seems as though being able to provide that amplification to ensure we're heard would be relevant and important. We recognize that there was concern, at least initially expressed to us, that the court reporters might not be able to conduct their duties efficiently. They indicated that they could do so, so that was not actually an issue. And I think in the end, what we wanted to ensure is that there's clear amplification, not only of our own witness, but of all of the members who have traveled so far, to be able to ensure that everyone could be heard and that clear answers are given to questions.
And I want to again state for the record, the microphones provided by the Clintons became an issue for the audio recording. So we want crystal clear audio and visuals of today's proceedings. So the microphones were removed. We'll take into account tomorrow. And I know many of us are hard hearing, so we want to make sure that everyone speaks loudly and all the questions are clearly understood. We'll do everything we can to accommodate that.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Nothing further. We'll begin. Good morning. This is a deposition of former Secretary of State Hillary R. Clinton conducted by the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform under the authority granted to it pursuant to House Rule 10. Accordingly, House Rule 10 grants the committee broad jurisdiction for the committee to conduct investigations of any matter at any time. On July 23, 2025, the Subcommittee on Federal Law Enforcement of the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform voted by voice to approve a motion directing the chairman to authorize and issue a subpoena to you for a deposition. On August 5th, 2025, Chairman Comer issued a subpoena for Secretary Clinton to appear today for a deposition in furtherance of the committee's investigation into the actions and investigations of Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell. I will enter the original subpoena and corresponding cover letter from August 5, 2025, as well as the additional subpoena from December 15, 2025, determining a new date as Exhibit 1.
Excuse me, counsel. For the record, I want to put in one sentence from the cover letter to the subpoena, and that's the chairman's own definition of the scope of this investigation. He wrote, and I quote, "It's to conduct oversight of the federal government's enforcement of sex trafficking laws generally, and specifically its handling of the investigation and prosecution of Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell." Thank you.
As stated in the email correspondence with counsel for Secretary Clinton in negotiations for the scope regarding today's deposition, the scope agreed upon by counsel for the committee and counsel for Secretary Clinton stated, and I quote, "As conveyed to you in a letter from the chairman yesterday morning that you agreed to, the committee could not accept your proposed limitation on the scope of President Clinton's testimony. Accordingly, pursuant to the committee's investigation into the alleged mismanagement of the federal government's investigation into Mr. Jeffrey Epstein and Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, the circumstances and subsequent investigations of Mr. Epstein's death, the operation of sex trafficking rings and ways of the federal government to effectively combat them, ways in which Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell sought to curry favor and exercise influence to protect their illegal activities, and potential violations of ethics rules related to elected officials, the committee will ask President Clinton and Secretary Clinton all of its questions regarding Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, including, but not limited to, the personal relationships between the Clintons and Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, and the ways in which Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell sought to curry favor and exercise influence, as well as the operation of sex trafficking rings and the ways for the federal government to effectively combat them without the proposed limitations on scope sought in your January 31, 2026 letter."
I will enter as exhibit.
All right. Well, I'm super excited. This is all very exciting. I know. Look at even she's about to fall asleep. So we're going to fast forward it till they get going here, at least till they get to some questions and statements and answers.
Professional staff member, Chairman Paul. Thank
During this deposition. Do you have counsel representing you in a personal capacity?
Austin Hacker.
No, this gentleman here in the black.
Mark Moran.
Thank you.
Staff Director, Chairman Miller.
And the next one?
President Collins, Communications Director for Administrative Staff. Valerie Kolar, Chief Clerk and Director of Operations, Chairman Comer.
Ashley Vineyard, Deputy Staff Director for Chairman Comer.
Do you understand?
I do.
Oh my goodness.
This includes both knowingly providing false testimony
10
but
minutes
also
later.
stating that you do not recall or remember something when in fact you do. Do you
Almost 15
understand?
minutes
I do.
later.
Furthermore, you cannot tell half-truths or exclude information necessary. Understood. Ordinarily, we take a 5-minute break at the end of each hour of questioning, but if you need a longer break or a break before that, please.
Slapped on the wrist in 2008, 13th. I had no idea about their criminal activities.
Oh, sorry, y'all.
I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein.
Questions before we begin?
Yes, I have an opening statement that I would like to deliver before we begin.
Oh, good. Goody, goody.
Mr. Chairman, ranking member, members of the committee, as a former United States Senator, I have respect for legislative oversight.
Oh, if she would have been able to say, as a former federal prosecutor right there, she would have had everybody bought in.
And I expect its exercise, as do the American people, to be principled and fearless in pursuit of truth and accountability. As we all know, however, too often congressional investigations are partisan political theater, which is an abdication of duty and an insult to the American people. This committee
And also what they've
justified its
done for
subpoena
100
to
years.
me based on its assumption that I have information regarding the investigations into the criminal activities of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Let me be as clear as I can. I do not. As I stated in my sworn declaration on January 13th, I had no idea about their criminal activities. I do not recall ever encountering Mr. Epstein. I never flew on his plane or visited his island, homes, or offices. I have nothing to add to that. Like every decent person, I've been horrified by what we have learned about their crimes. It's unfathomable that Mr. Epstein initially got a slap on the wrist in 2008, which allowed him to continue his predatory practices for another decade. Mr. Chairman, your investigation is supposed to be assessing the federal government's handling of the investigations and prosecutions of Epstein and his crimes. You subpoenaed 8 law enforcement officials, all of whom ran the Department of Justice or directed the FBI when Epstein's crimes were investigated and prosecuted. Of those 8, only 1 appeared before the committee. 5 of the 6 former attorneys general were allowed to submit brief statements stating they had no information to provide. You have held 0 public hearings, refused to allow the media to attend them, including today, despite espousing the need for transparency on dozens of occasions. You have made little effort to call the people who show up most prominently in the Epstein files. And when you did, not a single Republican member showed up for Les Wexner's deposition. This institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official, rather than to seek truth and justice for the victims and survivors, as well as inform the public who want to get to the bottom of this matter. My heart breaks for the survivors, and I am furious on their behalf. I have spent my life advocating for women and girls. I have worked hard to stop the terrible abuses so many women and girls face here and around the world, including human trafficking, forced labor, domestic violence, and sexual slavery. For too long, these have been largely invisible crimes or not treated as crimes at all. But the survivors are real and they are entitled to justice. In Southeast Asia, I met girls as young as 12 years old who had been forced into prostitution and raped repeatedly. Some were dying of AIDS. In Eastern Europe, I met mothers who told me how they lost their daughters to trafficking and did not know where to turn. In settings around the world, I met survivors trying to rebuild their lives and help rescue others with little support from people in power who too often turned a blind eye and a cold shoulder. If you are new to this issue, let me tell you, Jeffrey Epstein was a heinous individual, but he's far from alone. This is not a one-off tabloid sensation or political scandal. It is a global scourge with an unimaginable human toll. My work combating sex trafficking goes back to my days as First Lady. I worked to pass the first federal legislation against trafficking and was proud that my husband signed the Trafficking Victims Protection Act, which increased support for survivors and gave prosecutors better tools for going after traffickers. As Secretary of State, I appointed a former federal prosecutor, Lucy DeBaca, to ramp up our global anti-trafficking efforts. I oversaw nearly 170 anti-trafficking programs in 70 nations and directly pressed foreign leaders to crack down on trafficking networks in their countries. Every year, we published a global report to shine a light on abuses. The findings of those reports triggered sanctions on countries failing to make progress, so they became a powerful diplomatic tool to drive concrete action. I insisted that the United States be included in the report for the first time ever in 2011, because we must hold ourselves not just to the same standard as the rest of the world, but to an even higher one. Sex trafficking and modern slavery should have no place in America. None. Infuriatingly, the Trump administration gutted the Trafficking in Persons Office at the State Department, cutting more than 70% of the career civil and foreign service experts who worked so hard to prevent trafficking crimes. The annual trafficking report required by law was delayed for months. The message from the Trump administration to the American people and the world could not be clearer. Combating human trafficking is no longer an American priority under the Trump White House. That's a tragedy, it's a scandal, and it deserves vigorous investigation and oversight. A committee endeavoring to stopping human trafficking would seek to understand what specific steps are needed to fix a legal system that allowed Epstein to get away with his crimes. A committee run by elected officials with a commitment to transparency would ensure the full release of all the files. It would ensure that the lawful redactions of those files protected the victims and survivors, not powerful men and political allies. It would get to the bottom of reports that DOJ withheld FBI interviews in which a survivor accuses President Trump of crimes. It would subpoena anyone who asked on which night there would be the wildest party on Epstein's island. It would demand testimony from prosecutors from Florida, New York, and the Department of Justice about why they gave Epstein a sweetheart deal and chose not to pursue others who may have been implicated in his crimes. And it would demand that Secretary Rubio and Attorney General Bondi testify about why this administration is abandoning survivors and playing into the hands of traffickers. It would seek out advocates and law enforcement officials on the front lines of the fight against human trafficking and ask them what support they need. And it would put forth legislation to provide more resources and force this administration to act. But that's not happening. Instead, you have compelled me to testify, fully aware that I have no knowledge that would assist your investigation in order to distract from President Trump's actions and to cover them up despite legitimate calls for answers. If this committee is serious about learning the truth about Epstein's trafficking crimes, it would not rely on press gaggles to get answers from our current president on his involvement. It would ask him directly under oath about the tens of thousands of times he shows up in the Epstein files. If the majority was serious, it would not waste time on fishing expeditions. There is too much to be done. What is being held back? Who is being protected? And why the cover-up? So my challenge to you, Mr. Chairman, and members of this committee is the same challenge I put to myself throughout my long service to this nation. How to be worthy of the trust of the American people that they have given to you. They expect statesmanship, not gamesmanship, leading, not grandstanding. And they expect you to use your power to get to the truth and to do more to help survivors of Epstein's crimes, as well as the millions more who are victims of sex trafficking in this country and around the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would also like to request that the video of this deposition be made available within 24 hours, as it has been for other witnesses.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The time reads 11:34 a.m. The majority's time will begin now. Madam Secretary, in the interest of efficiency here today, I'm going to ask you one question followed by a list of names. The question can be answered yes or no. If you do indicate yes to any individual, I will come back and revisit that at the end. The question is, have you ever communicated with any of the following people relating to Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell? Richard Kahn.
No.
Darren N. Dyke.
No.
Sarah Kellen.
No.
Doug Band.
Not that I recall.
Lawrence Summers.
No.
Huma Abedin.
Have I ever talked to her about this in preparation for this hearing? I have.
Outside of that,
Not that I recall.
Noam Chomsky.
No.
Leslie Groff.
No.
Nadia Marcinkova.
No.
John Luke Brunel.
No. I don't know most of these people. Should I tell you that I know who they are, or just tell you I never talked to them?
Just so you never talked to him, it's fine. Alan Dershowitz.
No.
Kathy Rumler.
No.
Bill Richardson.
No.
George Mitchell.
No.
Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, formerly Prince Andrew.
No.
Peter Mandelson.
No.
Reed Hoffman.
No.
Karina Shuliak.
No.
Bill Gates.
No.
Ehud Barak.
No.
Woody Allen,
No.
Sandy Berger,
No.
Jess Staley,
No.
Paul Morris,
No.
Leon Black,
No.
Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayam,
No.
Leslie Wexner,
No.
Jack Kessler,
No.
Mark Middleton,
No.
Harvey Weinstein,
No.
Ellie de Rothschild,
No.
Ariane de Rothschild,
No.
Lynn Forrester de Rothschild,
No.
any other members of the de Rothschild family,
No.
Glenn Dubin,
No.
Eva Anderson Dubin,
No.
Casey Wasserman,
No.
Larry Visoki,
No.
David Rogers,
No.
Ira Magaziner,
No. Involved with the foundation. I was a senator, but we had hundreds and thousands,
you what Ms. Maxwell did for a living?
not that I recall.
When would the last time have been that you either communicated with Ms. Maxwell, even if not directly yourself, but been around Ms. Maxwell?
The best of my recollection is at the wedding in 2010.
Would you consider Ms. Maxwell a friend?
No.
Would you consider her a friend of President Clinton?
He'll have to answer that.
Would you consider Ms. Maxwell a friend of your daughter?
She probably was friendlier with her than I was because I didn't see her very often.
How often would your daughter have seen Ms. Maxwell?
I have no idea. But again, it was in the context of her being in a relationship with Ted Waite.
Anyone else in your family have a relationship of some kind with Ms. Maxwell?
Well, that's my family. You asked about Bill and Chelsea.
And just to make clear for the record, have you ever met Jeffrey Epstein?
I do not recall ever meeting Jeffrey Epstein. In preparation for this hearing, I was told that he attended an event at the White House that was put on by the White House Historical Association. But I have no recollection of that.
And only that one time at the White House Historical Association?
That's the only time that I'm aware of that I might have possibly been in the same room with him.
Did you have an initial impression of Mr. Epstein?
I have no recollection of Mr. Epstein. I'm just told that he was in a room at a dinner that we were hosting for the White House Historical Association.
What was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein?
There's that word. Recall. Recollection. I'm not saying we're right, but I'm just saying my wife's right about a lot of shit. She's probably right about that. Like, because it's true. Like, whenever you watch, like, the murder documentaries and shit, and they're interrogating people or talking to people to be like, yes, no, and then they'll be like, I don't recall. That's interesting that you don't recall.
He did for work.
I knew nothing about him. He was there as an invited guest by the White House Historical Association. That's my best recollection.
And no one else informed you of what Mr. Epstein did for work?
No, but we had hundreds and thousands of people who came to the White House. I was not informed of what people did or didn't do for work, especially someone that I never even had a conversation with.
Do you know who invited Mr. Epstein to the White House?
I can only tell you what I know, which is that he apparently was a guest invited by the White House Historical Association to attend a dinner to thank people who gave money to the White House Historical Association for the upkeep and maintenance of the White House. That's what I was informed of in preparation for coming here.
Yes, ma'am. And understanding we focused the last few questions on your time in the White House with President Clinton. After that time period of President Clinton's administration, did anyone ever tell you what Mr. Epstein did for a living?
I don't recall ever talking about Mr. Epstein. He was not on my radar. He was not somebody that I had any connection to.
When President Clinton was traveling with Mr. Epstein on...
How is that possible? Like your husband is running around swimming naked with these women, with this guy, private flights, and anybody that's plugged in at the time, anybody that knew anything knew what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein. But she just didn't have a clue. I just don't know. Didn't even recall meeting him. The only reason she's going back on that now is because she knows somebody has a photo somewhere of her shaking hands with him and record of her being at parties or parties, plural, with him. Shit like that. She knows they can prove it. So she's gone back and said, oh, well, baby, we did meet. Yeah, you met. Your husband took 30 flights. Listen. If I took 28 flights with someone, the same person, my wife would know who that person is. Period. Not like she might know. She would know. And these are the Clintons. That means at any point she could look to her assistant and go, find out what the fuck Bill is doing. Where he's going. And I promise you she did that. She knew. She knew what the fuck was going on. I don't even want to hear this shit like, well, maybe she knows underage girl. No. I think she knew. Everybody fucking knew what this guy was about. And they're lying to us and gaslighting us and trying to get us to think, oh, they just didn't know. They don't recall. Everything was perfectly innocent. Separating teenage girls from their families. Understanding how psychology works. It was perfectly innocent, right? Right.
Clinton Foundation business. No one associated with the foundation at that time discussed Mr. Epstein with you?
Not that I recall. I was not involved with the foundation. I was a senator from New York, and I was deeply committed to my work, and it became...
I'm telling you, this is the last time I say it, and then I'm going to drop it. But the next time you watch a murder documentary or something, just make a mental note of that. Look for that word recall. And it's like, it's almost always when someone's lying.
Became one of the most intense experiences of my life when we were attacked on 9/11. I was not involved with what was happening to create the foundation, to create the work that was done to get low-cost drugs for AIDS. I knew about the work. I didn't know about the details.
Understood. And to be clear, you never had any communication yourself with Mr. Epstein, whether that be face-to-face interaction, phone calls, emails, text messages?
You can answer it again.
I have no recollection in any way of ever having any conversation at the White House or in any other place or on any kind of device of any sort. I knew nothing about him.
And when did you learn of
20 visits to the White House, 30 flights your husband took with him. You have no idea who this guy is. Fuck you, lady.
Mr. Epstein's
Fucking liars.
2006 indictment and subsequent arrest, leading to his incarceration in 2008?
I have no idea. I was not paying attention. I was running for re-election in 2006. I ran for president in 2007, 2008. I don't know that I ever learned about it until much later when more things came out about him.
Understood. And when did you first learn of Mr. Epstein's arrest in 2019?
Probably when it happened, because it was headline news. I'm sure I, like everybody else, saw it in the press.
And in seeing that in the press, did you discuss Mr. Epstein or his case at the time with anyone?
I'm sure we did, because it was a, big story.
And Mr. Epstein died in custody after following his 2019 arrest. When would you have learned of his death?
Whenever it was reported.
Going back slightly a question, you said you likely would have talked to someone regarding his arrest in 2019. Who would you have discussed that with?
Whoever was around. I mean, it was a big story, as you recall. It was a very big story. I don't have any specific recollections. It wasn't something that I was particularly focused on, but it was a big story.
And going back to Ms. Ghislaine Maxwell, when did you learn of her arrest in 2021?
Again, whenever it was reported as happening.
And did you discuss that with anyone?
I'm sure I did. It was another big story.
And who would those discussions have been with?
I don't have any specific recollection.
Just want to say big shout out, Psionic and Tracy. Thank you both for hanging out. This is like so boring this is the most boring part of research, is sitting through these depositions and whatnot. And so it's fun to be able to kind of hang out and joke around and get y'all's thoughts on this stuff. And then down the road, just might snip it up, use it in an episode, whatever. But this is way more fun than just sitting by myself and cracking jokes to myself. Yeah. Anyway, just big shout out, Casey. I see you. Thank you for hanging out as well. All y'all that are here, thank you so much. It's a good time, and hopefully you're getting something out of it and having a little bit more fun than you would just watching it alone. That's like 8 hours of fucking depositions. Oh my God. And what's so frustrating is, they're just fucking lying all the time. Anyway, here we go.
So moving forward in time just a little bit, you were Secretary of State under President Obama, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And it was during his first term, 2009 to 2013?
That's correct.
And after you completed your time as Secretary of State, did you return in any role to the Clinton Foundation?
I did. I became active in it at that point.
And by being active in it, could you describe that for us, please?
Tried to support the work that Bill and my daughter and the team had done, and look for ways to be helpful. It was something that I wanted to make sure I could support.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, you were, you rejoined as a board member, is that right?
That may have been the first time I was a board member. I don't remember. Either the first or the second time. Yeah.
And speaking of, it sounds like you were heavily involved when you returned to the foundation, or I guess started with the foundation at this point. In trying to accomplish those goals and initiatives, what were you doing, broadly speaking, on a daily basis, monthly basis, that sort of thing?
Well, I wanted to start a program about early learning for kids, and so we started something called Too Small to Fail, which I was very actively involved in with my daughter, and we worked with pediatricians and other people to help parents, grandparents, aunts and uncles read, talk, and sing to their children so that they could help build brain cells. That was a major priority of mine, and I'm very proud of what we've built and the difference that it's made in, millions of kids' lives. I certainly did what I could to support the work that we do overseas through the Clinton Global Initiative, which has had a terrific track record of bringing people together to work in partnerships, to make commitments, to try to improve everything from, clean water to solar energy to improved education, all of the priorities that the partners we have bring to us that we try to help them with.
And thank you for that, Madam Secretary. We've had a few members join us. Would you guys please announce yourselves for the record?
Yes, Pat Fallon, 4th District of Texas.
Scott Perry, 10th District of Pennsylvania.
Thank you both.
You're the last person.
Mr. Perry, Scott Perry.
Thank you so much.
And Madam Secretary, as a board member, what type of responsibilities does that entail?
Attending the board meetings, approving the agenda of work for the year, the budget that goes with it, that kind of responsibility.
And you mentioned the Clinton Global Initiative. Just for clarity, I will likely refer to that as CGI as we go forward with this. CGI is a part of the Clinton Foundation. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And what was your role with CGI at this time period, right after you left being Secretary of State?
It was, again, to, support the staff that put together both the annual meeting, but also work during the year with our partners who'd made commitments to help them fulfill their commitments. So, if there were a meeting about a commitment that was made to get clean water to some very remote place, if there were a meeting, I might be invited to it to meet with the partners, to encourage them. It was mostly around the work that happens throughout the year in preparation for the annual meeting.
And forgive my ignorance, please. What happens at those annual meetings?
The annual meetings are a way for people to come together to make commitments that they have previewed with our staff. So I'll give you an example. Probably around, I don't know, somewhere between 12 and 15 years ago, I don't know specifically, Matt Damon, the actor, came to the Clinton Global Initiative because he said he really cared about clean water, and could we connect him with people that he could work with to get more clean water in more places in the world? So we did. We connected him to this gentleman who was a real expert on clean water. They started working together. They created something called water.org, which was a Clinton Global Initiative commitment that was made at the annual meeting. And then our staff worked with them. And I think it's fair to say that, they've been one of the most successful organizations in actually delivering clean water. But it's that kind of work. It's people who might have a good idea. Maybe they've got some resources. Maybe they have some experience. I'll give you another idea. So Procter & Gamble called us and said, one of our scientists, one of our chemists in the UK, has created this packet of chemicals that can literally make the dirtiest water clean enough to drink. But we don't know what to do with it because we're a consumer company that sells products to middle-class people. This is something.
Now it does open a slight portal to hell, but we think it's an important breakthrough. People deserve this. Clinton Global Initiative. The reason you keep hearing these folks ask about it, well, this is a smart group. I probably don't even have to say it, but yeah, there's lots of rumors, tie-ins between the Epstein parties and this Clinton Global group and Terramar. We talked about Terramar. If y'all been watching me and Flack talked about Terramar a few episodes back on this Epstein stuff. I think Megyn Kelly mentioned a couple days ago, or maybe Candace Owens, I don't know. But it was cool to hear that. But that connection, they were either in that group or trying to get in that group, and then there's ties between Epstein and that group. We're still sifting through 3 million documents, so we got a lot of ways, long ways to go. But with the release of what should be hopefully more documentation soon, I wonder if these folks have seen some stuff that maybe we haven't seen, or at least maybe have ears, on the ground that are hearing things. Who knows? But came up with Bill, and it's coming up with Hillary. They seem to go into it quite a bit. A lot of times the strategy, is just to get them talking about something. Maybe you can get them to slip up. I also think it's funny she said the actor, Matt Damon. Matt Damon, the actor. Oh, not Matt Damon, the the construction worker. The actor, Matt Damon. Yeah, that guy.
Something that would go to the very poor. What do we do with it if we come to CGI? Can you connect us with somebody who can help us? So we connected them with World Vision, and I think maybe one or two other organizations. And so they used the packets to literally go around the world cleaning water. And Bill went with them, Chelsea went with them, and they would go to rural Myanmar or rural Kenya, and they would take this bucket of dirty water and they'd dump the packet in, and then my daughter and my husband would drink it to show that it was clean. And that was a CGI commitment. We bring together governments, local, state.
Also, interesting fact, that's also how McDonald's makes their milkshakes.
National businesses, philanthropies, NGOs, academics, anybody who has a good idea that we can help them work on and try to fulfill. That's what we do.
And thank you. The Clinton Foundation started shortly thereafter. Your husband, President Clinton, left office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And CGI started a few years later. Is that right?
I think that's right. I think it started maybe 2005, maybe. I'm not sure.
And does CGI or the foundation more broadly perform any work in sex trafficking or human trafficking around the world?
There may be partners who make commitments about that. We have thousands and thousands of commitments. So I can't answer yes or no, but it might be an area that some of our commitment makers would be focused on.
And how did the foundation, the Clinton Foundation, how did that idea come to fruition? Was that your idea, President Clinton's idea?
Oh, no, the Clinton Foundation was all Bill's idea. He set it up as he was leaving the White House. It was the entity that raised the money to build the Clinton Presidential Center, and then to carry on the work that he wanted to do. You know, shortly after he got out of the White House, he and Nelson Mandela were asked to come to the annual AIDS conference to see whether the two of them could do something that needed to be done, which was to try to stem the epidemic of HIV/AIDS. And so Bill started out trying to figure out how to deal with this problem and came to the conclusion that the best way would be to lower the price of the drugs that were being used in the United States but were too expensive to be used around the world in order to treat more people. And I really give huge credit to both Bill's idea about how to do that, but also huge credit to President George W. Bush, because when President Bush took Bill to Pope John Paul's funeral in Rome, he and Bill were talking because President Bush was coming forward with the PEPFAR program. And so he and Bill were talking, and President Bush was very committed to this, and Bill was very committed. And so Bill said to President Bush, I now have generic drugs being made in places like India that are much cheaper than the brand name drugs, and you could, with tax money, treat many more people. And so President Bush, to his credit, said, yeah, but my folks tell me that the drugs aren't as good as ours. And Bill said, I'll give them to you, you give them to the FDA, you test them, and I'll abide by your test. I think you can ask him if you want tomorrow, but I think he gave, I don't know, like 24 drugs, and the FDA approved 22. And President Bush was as good as his word. And so we began as the United States and the Clinton Foundation, because of that connection and that partnership, we began treating.
She is so happy to not be talking about Jeffrey Epstein right now. She knows this is a timed thing. She has to be one of the better attorneys out there. We just haven't seen a lot of her work in the courtroom, or any. But yes, she is good at this game. Her and her husband probably made up half of it. So yeah, it's amazing. She's just blop, 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 blopping away because she can talk about how wonderful they are. As soon as it gets back to one of these emails or one of these people, I don't know. Somebody took her picture. She about lost her mind. Well, not really. That's not being too fair, but it was a little overdramatic. Crazy.
Millions of people with low-cost drugs, with federal
exactly.
PEPFAR money, saving millions of lives. Sadly, that's going to be reversed because.
And what's crazy is that statement is hilarious, but it's also probably true. That's what's fucked up. Like, we can't. Drugs is like nothing now. Now I definitely have a feeling these folks were super involved in the allure of easy drug money, right? If not the drugs themselves, the wealth and more power, by proxy you get.
Of the attitudes of this administration and the cutbacks, but it was one of the great services to humanity. And I give President Bush and I give my husband enormous credit for doing something that wasn't going to get them headlines, wasn't going to get them, some kind of, statue put up, but was saving millions of lives, preventing mother-to-child transmission, preventing, people from dying. So that's what he was doing.
And thank you for that. Did Mr. Band play a significant role in helping set up the foundation initially?
Yes, he did.
Was that so they could have sex with them?
When CGI was initially created, whose idea was that?
It was Bill's idea. He went to Davos and he called me
ask that?
After he'd been at Davos, and he said, a lot of interesting people.
Let's go. Uh-oh, she's opening up a binder. This might be a good one, y'all.
And I'm sorry, what was this exhibit?
This will be majority 11.
Oh, majority question 11. They got her stumped. She's opening up the binder. She looks frustrated. She looks irritated. Oh, I forgot. She has RBF. I forgot. No, we got freeze. No, she's just really old and hadn't moved.
I would like to direct your attention to page 263.
That would be a wonderful thing, Tracy, just to see Bill Gates finally face some consequences for playing with people's fucking lives, thinking like it's a video game. People are nuts, y'all.
Okay.
And on page 263, Miss Maxwell tells Mr. Blanche that she had a role in shaping CGI. You said you were not aware of Miss Maxwell having any role in shaping CGI.
I was not involved in the creation of CGI. Again, I was in the United States Senate. I was not involved in the work that was done to set up CGI.
Oh, was all your husband, like you said?
No one discussed the formation of CGI with you?
That it was going to be set up, but I don't have any specific recollection of.
R word. Recollection. Recall. You're fucking lying.
Of having any specific knowledge of it, no.
Yeah, you're literally watching me crash out on the Clintons right now. I'm sorry, y'all.
Did Mr. Epstein help craft the idea or formulation of CGI?
I don't have any idea. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know. I don't know. But she could tell you every detail.
Is it possible that Miss Maxwell had a role in creating CGI?
I'm not going to speculate. I'm here to tell you what I know, and I don't know anything about that.
Understood. And is it possible Mr. Epstein had a role in crafting CGI?
I'm not going to speculate about that either because...
Okay, we just listened to her go off about all these wonderful things, like in great detail, that her husband did to create this foundation. And the wonderful things this foundation has done for people, blah, 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 blah. Really? Who founded it? I don't know. It was just there. I mean, you didn't ask, like, who, you're the Clintons. You didn't ask who founded the company? I don't recall. Okay.
You know, I have no way of knowing that because I have no direct knowledge.
Sure. No
I
direct
will
knowledge.
enter now as
What a great attorney
Majority
answer.
Exhibit 12.
It's disgusting, y'all. We should be fucking grossed
This will
out
be
right now. They're trying to stop people from trafficking children. And look at lizard lips here. It's the same old bullshit lies. Oh, I didn't even stop it there on purpose. That's just God showing us, right? So crazy.
Letter from Mr. Epstein's attorneys. I will give you a second for it to be passed out. This is a letter dated July 6, 2007. It is from Gerald B. Lefcourt. He was an attorney for Mr. Epstein. He sent this to the prosecutors in the Southern District of Florida. That would be Sloman, Minchell, Lori, and Villafania.
Oh my gosh, I have to tell you this. I'm sorry, it's a little off topic, but that name Longshore he just said, it reminded me of the funniest. I was doing some research today on books that are bound by human skin. I know, gross, right? And one of the people's names, his last name was Longshanks. I just thought that was pretty funny. Longshanks. Long hook, Longshanks.
And I will direct your attention to page 21.
Harvard has human skin bound books.
That top paragraph on page 21, it says, quote, Mr. Epstein was part of the original group that conceived the Clinton Global Initiative, which is described as a project bringing together a community of global leaders to devise and implement innovative solutions to some of the world's most pressing challenges. Again, is it possible that Mr. Epstein played a role in crafting CGI?
I have no idea what he did or what he said he did, and I have no way to testify to the veracity of either.
Yeah, it is called the Clinton Global Initiative. If somebody was like, Gabe, we're going to start a not-for-profit called the Gabriel Speaks Initiative. Probably the first question out of my mouth would be who? Who is for what? Seems like a natural order in which things might happen. Somebody wouldn't come to me and say, hey, I have the Gabriel Speaks Initiative completely already set up internationally. Free flights everywhere and anything. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. You don't even have to ask who set all this up for you. Lying to our face. This used to be something people were ashamed to do. Well, I guess maybe never politicians, but I don't know. Maybe they had more gravitas back in the day. Gravitas? Yeah. I mean, this isn't even like, she's not even trying here. She just switched it to no knowledge, to don't recall, to no direct knowledge. All within like 10 minutes. What's it going to be in another 10 minutes?
I was not involved.
Have you seen this document before?
No.
The Clinton Foundation accepts donations as part of carrying out its work. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And when seeking, let me take a step back. People charitably provide donations to the foundation?
It's a 501c3, yes.
And do you or anyone else at the foundation ever solicit donations for the foundation?
I'm sure that happens. People talk to us, we talk to people, they ask questions about the work that's being done, and I'm sure that happened in the years before I was involved.
Did you solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein for the foundation?
I had no contact with Jeffrey Epstein. I did not solicit funds from Jeffrey Epstein.
Did you solicit any funds for the foundation from Ms. Maxwell?
I did not. Again, we're talking about the creation of the foundation. I was not involved in the creation of the foundation or the creation of CGI. In those early years, I was incredibly focused on my job in the Senate. Bill was focused on setting up the foundation and starting CGI.
And understanding you were occupied with your career as a senator and then your presidential campaign leading up to 2008, but at this time, were you discussing starting the CGI with President Clinton?
I'm going to object to any communications between the two of them. You can ask generally, but that's covered by the Mayoral Communications privilege.
Understood. So generally speaking.
I am sure that I talked to my husband about what he was doing to set up the foundation. It was more on the substance of the work. How many drugs was he getting made in India? What was the, idea that was going to motivate, CGI to be what he wanted it to be? It was not in the weeds. It was the concept. It was, the excitement that he had about trying to establish the foundation and CGI.
But not who
And,
created it.
Similar question for Mr. Band. Did you discuss the creation of CGI with Mr. Band?
I may have, because he was around. He worked for my husband. He was a personal aide to my husband, but I don't have any recollections of any specific conversations.
Broadly speaking, at any time, do you recall any discussions related to distancing the foundation or CGI from Mr. Epstein or Ms. Maxwell?
I don't recall any conversations. I know that sometime, maybe 2003 or so, Bill did not have any ongoing contact with Epstein. And in preparation for this hearing, it became clear to him that Epstein was not interested in the charitable work that was motivating Bill as he traveled around the world, getting people to commit to providing low-cost drugs for not just HIV/AIDS, but eventually tuberculosis, malaria, and other diseases.
And what is your understanding of Mr. Epstein no longer wanting to participate in the foundation's philanthropic goals?
I don't, only in preparation for this have I been told that, there was no real interest there. And, there was no point in being involved or connected to him.
And we touched on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. You said you're not aware of Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation. Would you consider, let me back up. President Clinton took trips on Mr. Epstein's jet, is that correct?
Yes.
Would you consider offering a private jet as a donation in kind to the foundation?
Well, I don't know what the rules are under the 501c3 regulations, but it was certainly a gift, and he was, one of a number of people who provided transportation so that Bill could do the work he was doing.
He was just a taxi. She didn't know he helped create it. As far as she knew, he was just like a taxi, just because, like, he just wanted to help out the foundation.
We touched on this.
I'm sorry, the initiative, not the foundation.
Did Mr. Epstein end up donating to the foundation or CGI?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
No personal knowledge. So you notice
You're not aware of a 20...
Will differentiate. Words matter, y'all. Okay? There's a difference between personal knowledge, direct knowledge, indirect knowledge, secondhand knowledge, and then knowledge that is protected because you're married. You don't have to share that knowledge. It's in the words. No personal knowledge, which means she knew. He just didn't tell her directly. Hey, what's up, Ron? It's good to see you, man. Oh boy, Tracy. Dropping the Anne Heche bomb there. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty crazy. That video still haunts me of her getting up, like when they were yanking her into the ambulance, And one thing that, like, I haven't heard anybody mention this, and it's probably like the creepiest part of that video for me, is her sitting up right before they load her into the ambulance is freaky. But what's freakier to me is the fact that the person that was putting her in the ambulance showed zero shock. None. I'm not going to go on for an hour about what that could mean. But just think about that. Like, it is crazy what happened. Could you imagine you're one of those medics that show up, one of those firefighters that show up, and you're loading this person in a body bag that you think is dead onto an ambulance, and they jump and sit up, and you're just going to be like, ah, get in. No. You're going to jump 10 feet back in the air and freak the fuck out, probably drop what you were holding. You are not expecting that person to sit up. You think they're dead. But no, they just keep going about their business, push them right into the ambulance. Which probably, let's be real, probably not an ambulance. Yeah, Tracy, push her back down. Exactly. Shut up, get in there. That is fucking so creepy. And so weird. Oh, that's a good call out, Ron. I didn't even think about that. I wonder if it's like a shot out. This one's for you, Monica. Girl power. We're gonna kill Bill. Take over CGI. Oh God, these fucking people are nuts.
$5,000 donation from Mr. Epstein's affiliated companies to the foundation?
Only what I was told was alleged in preparation for this testimony. I did not know about that, and I don't know that it's true.
Are you aware of the Clinton Foundation reviewing any records in regard to Mr. Epstein donating to the foundation?
I will have to ask our lawyers, 'cause I did not.
Have you had any conversations about the foundation reviewing those donations made by Mr. Epstein?
I think I'll have to ask our lawyers. I don't know. I didn't review them.
Understood. Ms. Mace, do you have some questions?
I did. Thank you for being here this afternoon. In your opening remarks, you mentioned this is political theater and partisan. Do you believe that?
Put on your seatbelts. My AI says this is a good, challenging exchange.
Epstein files are a vast right-wing conspiracy?
I think if they are fully released as the Transparency Act requires, that would be fulfilling the responsibility of the Justice Department, but it appears that there have been many issues with the full release, so I'm not going to characterize it other than to say I think that's a well-known fact.
Are you aware that both Republicans and Democrats voted to subpoena you and your husband?
I am here.
Okay. Are you aware both Republicans and Democrats voted to hold you in contempt when you didn't show up?
I am here.
Is that partisan when both parties vote to do something together? Is that partisan or nonpartisan?
I think it's standing up for the institution, but there are many other aspects of the committee's work that strikes me as avoiding the main issues about who should be sitting here, who has actual information that might be useful to your investigation.
As a survivor, I'm a survivor. I appreciated your opening statement and your prioritizing some of these issues. Have you always believed this way? Have you believed this way for some time?
Have I what?
Have you believed what you believed in your opening statement for some time?
Yes, I have.
How long have you had those beliefs or held those beliefs in your opening statement?
Very long.
In
Was
1998?
June 2004,
2005?
I decided.
Yes.
2008?
Yes.
2012?
Sure.
2016?
Mm-hmm.
2020?
Mm-hmm.
2024 to present day, you've held these beliefs the whole time?
Yes, I have.
Have you always believed that women abused by powerful men should be believed?
I know where you're going with this, and I have nothing to say about anything in the past. I'm here to answer questions about this investigation.
So do you believe that women who are abused and
Isn't the entire didn't Jeffrey Epstein's whole life take place in the past? What are you talking about, lady? I'm not here to talk about the past. I'm just here to talk about a guy that's dead and what he might do today.
by Epstein and an Epstein circle of associates should be believed?
I think that many of them have made very credible accusations.
Have you always thought that, do you think that women abused by powerful men should get justice?
I think that they should have their time to be evaluated, and where there is adequate evidence, they should certainly get justice, and perpetrators should be held to
The
account.
question was, have you always thought that women abused by powerful men should get justice?
Yes, absolutely.
I agree. Are you aware that, you were aware, I think you said this earlier, that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted in 2008 for procuring a child for prostitution and soliciting a prostitute, correct?
That's what the charges were, yes.
And you were aware of that in 2008?
I don't recall that I was aware then.
And in 2008, you were a U.S. Senator still?
I was.
Would you say that Jeffrey Epstein is one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers?
From what we know, he certainly engaged in his predatory activities for a long period of time.
Would you say he's one of the world's most prolific sex traffickers?
I don't know what to compare it to. There are terrible sex trafficking rings all over the world.
And you said you were Secretary of State from 2009 to 2013?
I'm not going to throw any conspiracy theories out here, but when I hear her say that, it just feels like a punch in the gut, doesn't it? Like, all right, we tackled sort of the Epstein fucking nightmare mess, sort of. We're still working through it, but that's just like that's not even close to all of it. Not even close. There's so many more fucking bad guys out there doing this shit.
Mm-hmm. And you state your agency prioritized combating sex trafficking internationally, correct?
That's correct.
During your time as Secretary of State, did you or the state receive any intelligence cables or briefings mentioning Epstein's foreign travel, pedophile island, or his network of pedophiles and sex trafficking?
Not that I am aware of, no.
How did you miss it? If he's, I believe, one of the most prolific sex traffickers in the world, you were Secretary of State, how did you miss it?
Well, that would have been a matter of the Justice Department, not the State Department.
But in your opening statement, and your statements earlier, in your opening statement, you stated that Secretary Rubio should be called to testify. And you said that he has, and the administration has, quote, abandoned survivors using the same logic. You were Secretary of State during a time period after Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of being a pedophile and soliciting children for sex. Why then did you, quote, using your own logic, abandon survivors?
What is the question, please?
I followed her comment. First of all, we focused on whether there were laws that made sex trafficking, sexual slavery, domestic violence, other abuses of women on the books in countries. And then we tried to evaluate, were those laws being implemented? And were judges appropriately trained and briefed about how to implement those laws? Were governments taking them seriously? We looked at the broad institutional approach to these very serious abuses.
Would you say the U.S. government at that time, during this time period, was appropriate with the way that it handled Epstein?
I don't think that you could say that was true about any of the government's prosecutorial efforts, starting with the Southern District of Florida and Alex Acosta and all those who basically gave him a sweetheart deal.
It's the
and
Republicans,
then I think going
yep.
up the chain, there
It's all
was
their fault.
very little attention paid
So this was
that
your
should have been
priority.
paid. But what
Of that particular.
House as First Lady for 8 years.
So, like, the picture is very clear, and it becomes more clear every day as the veil is lifted that they use this right-left thing to divide us and to justify fucking stupidity. Well, maybe this happened, but they did that. Let's not talk about me. Let's talk about what they did. Everything we did was good. Everything they did was just trying to ruin the earth.
Years, and I have no way of giving you an accurate number, but they would be in the thousands.
I think I
And
accidentally
they
fast-forwarded
were, one of the great privileges of these and campaigns. I mean, those were she was.
Campaign that year. Do you have any memory or knowledge of that specific contribution?
I do not. Labor and mines and fishing boats. The FBI interviewed that witness in the sequencing.
Numerous outlets this week prior to those becoming public knowledge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. I also wanted just to know, one of the questions that we've been receiving a lot has been speculation amongst the public that Jeffrey Epstein was somehow affiliated with foreign intelligence agencies or other intelligence services. And I know that we have received numerous questions of that type. Now, obviously, you served as Secretary of State. Thank you for your service. In your role as Secretary of State, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any types of relationships with foreign intelligence agencies, obviously, of course, of a foreign country?
I was not. And Ranking Member Garcia, I am aware of the speculation around this that comes from the files being released and questions being raised. And I do think that is a fruitful area for the committee to investigate.
No, I appreciate that, because I'll say of the types of questions that we're receiving, the kind of conversation around whether Jeffrey Epstein had any ties to foreign intelligence or was working with foreign governments continues to come up. And so obviously, as Secretary of State, that would be something I would imagine, you may or may not have information for. So I appreciate that.
But I have no idea who started the Clinton Global Initiative. Come on.
That response. Madam Secretary, just lastly, I want to also thank you for your testimony. And broadly speaking, you've probably been following just recently and this week, we've seen, and there's been reports that numerous files are missing from the group of files that have been released. For the record, only about approximately 50% of the total files have likely been released. The other percentage have.
Okay, a little bit off topic, sort of. I don't know if you all are fans of Julian Dory, but he just had on, I'm not going to remember the guy's name. He's like he was in the CIA and not Bustamante. Now he mostly does podcasting and reporting. Not going to remember his name. But anyway, he had him on and they were looking at the files and they were looking at gaps in the files. And they found a file. Well, I'm sorry. They found a gap in the files that were released from 2001. So it was like over 25,000 files from 2001 were missing. And they started looking into it and they found an email that refers to being on the 9/11 Commission, the secret 9/11 Commission. So there's these files that were redacted very strategically. I don't know what the new version of just burning files is, but I really think we might be looking at that here. I think when the chips are on the table, they might have to get rid of the evidence, because some of these things might just be too much for us just to still maintain some kind of civil order. John Crackle, yes, okay, thank you. I will put that on the screen here. Psionic, I appreciate that, because yes, he gives some good interviews. I'm not going to say I always agree with him or whatever, but he definitely has some good insight. And if you check out the new Julian Dory episode, they'll get into that 9/11 stuff. I thought I had taken a screenshot of the email, but I must have accidentally deleted it. But as you all know, I am a fan of the Jmail site. And if you give me one moment here, I'm just going to go ahead and pull it up. Because this is fucking wild. Shadow Commission. Here it is here. You should be able to see it. I'll zoom in a little bit. But yeah. You can see right there. Regarding Shadow Commission invitation from Ed Epstein, which I don't know if it's the journalist Ed Epstein or another Ed Epstein. I would assume it's the journalist because they've emailed back and forth a lot. He says, any interest in being on the Shadow Commission on 9/11? The membership list is secret. Rough cut at, and then of course that doesn't work. Let me know. Regards, Ed Epstein. Maxwell says, thanks for the invite. Unfortunately, I cannot be on the Shadow Commission. And that's it. It's like nothing else after or before that we can see at this time. But that is fucking crazy. I mean, I've always been of the school that like 9/11 was just an epic failure. I mean, I joined the service because of 9/11. Long time ago. You know, you're young, you're dumb, you're full of passion and energy. And that happened when I was 20 years old. 21, had just turned 21. And it had a huge impact on me. I joined shortly after. And I always, people would say it was an inside job, and I'd be like, fuck you. You're an asshole for even suggesting that. And I'm not saying I think it was an inside job still, even after seeing that email. But I do think there's definitely some fuckery going on with 9/11. And I don't know if it was like maybe their attempt to cover their tracks at the mistakes they made, or maybe they added stuff to make it look like it made more sense for them to make those mistakes. I don't know. But clearly there was some weird shit going on. So yeah, hate to take us off topic there, but I saw that today. I thought that was very interesting. Just an example of we are still sifting through these 3 million some odd emails, photos, video files. Like there's still going to be stuff we haven't seen, hadn't heard of. It's crazy. What's up, Silas? You're a freshman in college, and you're welcome. Absolutely. As was being locked down, and we were watching. Yeah, I bet it did. I bet it did. I couldn't imagine seeing that like at school. God. But so many people joined back then. There was so much patriotism. All together, all on the same side. Political leanings didn't matter. It was, we're going to watch each other's back. Period. Wow. Like, where did that go? But at any rate, check out that Julian Dory podcast. Very, very interesting.
Have been withheld for whatever reasons we're not really sure of and don't really understand. It's also been reported by numerous outlets this week that the FBI has removed files that are supposed to be made available to the Congress that include serious allegations of alleged abuse by President Trump, sexual abuse to a minor. Now, these are allegations. that we know have been corroborated in other ways, and the media have reported on these, but these files themselves have been removed. Now, we view this as a very serious matter. I've personally looked for these files in the archive manifest that lists which files should be placed there. Those files are no longer there. And we have been calling on the DOJ and the Attorney General to release all of the files. I'm wondering if, in your experience, obviously in the US Senate, as Secretary of State, if you've any response to the behavior of the DOJ in their withholding of critical information and the apparent removal of files that could suggest serious crimes by folks in this administration.
Congressman, I appreciate your raising this issue, and I appreciated the statement that you put out when this became public knowledge, thanks to investigative reporting, which revealed it. And I think that this behavior by the Justice Department deserves the most thorough investigation that the Congress could carry out. As I understand the sequence of events, this committee subpoenaed the Justice Department, as well as the Epstein estate, as well as law enforcement officials from prior administrations, as well as my husband and me. The Justice Department refused to comply, which is what led to the passage by the Congress of the Transparency Act, which then was signed into law. And I think from the very beginning, the behavior of the Attorney General and her staff has demonstrated either a gross incompetence, which is bothersome because they are the keepers of information that should be evaluated for law enforcement purposes, or a clear cover-up because they are protecting the president and others. Either one of those should be the focus of this committee to try to get to the bottom. If they are incompetent and they are incapable of complying with the law that the Congress passed, we need to know that because they are falling down on the job. They have an FBI director who's more interested in drinking beer in a hockey dressing room after our team won the Olympics, rather than being responsive and complying with the law as it has been promulgated. So I don't think it's unfair to say that given the sequencing of the events, starting with the way that President Trump made the release of the files a key element of his 2024 campaign, the promise that he and then his Attorney General made that the files would be released, then a walking back of that as they began to look at the files, an ignoring of what they had promised, including that they had a client list on the desk of the Attorney General. Reasonable people would have to assume they are engaged in a massive cover-up, which is infuriating. As an American, as a citizen, all of us should be, regardless of party, wondering what are they hiding? And that's why I said in my opening statement, the President of the United States is not above the law and should be in a setting like this answering questions under oath, as should others who are prominently featured in the files, and especially the group that is featured after 2008. Because prior to 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein pled guilty to the watered-down charges that Alex Acosta negotiated and then was rewarded for in the first Trump administration with a cabinet position, there are so many unanswered questions. And I looked at the transcript of the Alex Acosta testimony that was taken before this committee, and I don't think that any Republican members asked him a question. So you have to conclude that there is something rotten in the state of Denmark, or clearly the Justice Department, starting in the White House and at the top with the Attorney General. And this latest example of the missing files about the allegations, and they are absolutely nothing more than allegations, but the FBI interviewed that witness 4 times. You don't interview a non-credible witness 4 times. You don't put into the FBI reporting, protect this source, if you think there is nothing to it. So, of course, I would like to know, like every other American deserves to know, what is in those files and who is going to hold people accountable, because the Justice Department seems to be either unwilling or incapable of doing so.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let me also just add one thing. You've probably also read reporting that Secretary Lutnick was pretty open in an interview about not having spoken to Mr. Epstein or interacted with him after 2005. And then we go on to learn that Secretary Lutnick not only went to the island, there were visits, they went into possible business together, communicated with his wife. So there were numerous interactions that happened after that interview. We believe that Secretary Lutnick should be in front of this committee answering questions, especially when he's choosing to essentially lie about his interactions with Mr. Epstein. Would you agree that Secretary Lutnick should come and testify?
I think everyone that the committee sees playing a prominent role in the files should be deposed. That is your job. Your job is to try to get to the truth as best as you can determine it. And that should be the guiding principle, it seems to me, as to who you ask to come before you.
Thank you.
Hello, Congressman.
Hello. Thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I'm going to ask you a few questions that might be a little redundant.
That's
but
okay.
just to get on the record. Am I correct that you did not know at any point before Jeffrey Epstein's crimes became public that Epstein committed or facilitated sexual abuse of minors and young women?
That is correct.
And prior to Epstein's crimes becoming public, were you ever warned not to associate with him?
Not that I recall.
And you did not know at any point before Maxwell's crimes became public that she committed or facilitated sexual abuse of minors or young women?
That is correct.
And did anyone ever raise concerns to you about Miss Maxwell or warn you not to associate with her at any point?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. And you served as First Lady and U.S. Senator and Secretary of State. And so you met a lot of other heads of state, foreign dignitaries. And so at any point, did Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell's names come up?
Not that I recall.
And you mentioned you did a lot of work on human trafficking. Could you talk a little bit more about that? And then also, I would love to know if Jeffrey Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell's names ever came up.
No, I can tell you that those names never came up, as I said, prior to their crimes becoming public. I don't think people knew. Or if they did know, they were not sharing that. Or if they did share it with the FBI or the Justice Department, the investigations never went anywhere. So I don't know that anybody would have ever raised those names. And I don't know that anybody knew to even look into it. You know, as I said, the whole question of human trafficking, sexual slavery, forced labor, domestic violence, for the longest time were not even considered crimes. And it took a lot of effort on the part of many, many courageous people around the world to raise the visibility of these crimes and to actually change criminal law in many countries. You know, when I spoke in 1995 at the UN World Conference on Women in Beijing, That was one of the issues everyone was struggling with. Domestic violence was considered cultural, not criminal. Sexual slavery was just something that happened. You know, young women were forced into prostitution. All of this was certainly known and was something that had gone on for, centuries, thousands of years. But there became finally enough outrage and organizational impetus to begin to try to change that. And that's what I worked on when I was First Lady, because I really became aware as I traveled to Asia and Africa, even Eastern Europe, particularly after the fall of the Soviet Union, what a big criminal network was operating around the world to traffic people. And obviously we're here focusing on what happened to, girls and women with being sexually abused, but it's also true that people were forced into labor in mines and fishing boats. I mean, this was a phenomenon that finally was getting attention. And we worked very hard to raise visibility. I mentioned the law that was finally passed in our country in 2000. There was also something called the Palermo Protocol, where nations came together to pledge themselves to change laws, to implement enforcement against trafficking. So it's been a long struggle, but we've tried to focus on preventing it, prosecuting it, and protecting the survivors, and we've made progress. But obviously, we're here today talking about crimes that still are happening, even in our own country.
I know the public wants names to be named, and I know this is a difficult question for you given your lack of a relationship with Epstein or Maxwell, but are there any names that you think we should be talking to at this point that haven't been out there already?
I don't know any more than you do as to what's being exposed in the files. I saw where Congressman Massey stood on the floor the other day and said that he named 3 people, as I recall, that should be investigated. But there's a long list of people who may, even if they did not do something themselves wrong, because of their association with Epstein, might have credible information for your committee.
And final question, you've expressed a desire for this hearing to be public. I just love to hear sort of an explanation for why.
Look, I think sunlight is the best disinfectant. I think as much as we can do in public, we should do. And I've testified before Congress many times, before you were there, and it was always in public. I mean, that's what we did. I testified, and I was on the other side of the table asking questions in public, except for something that was classified that couldn't be in public. What we did was in the sunlight, in front of the press, because people, namely our constituents, deserve to know what we are finding out and to go along with us, with few exceptions, to understand, what the Congress is doing. So I believe for a long time, I think we should be testifying in public, and I think it would benefit this committee for people to see that you're actually doing things, and especially if you call people who have some credible information for you, that you are committed, regardless of the cover-up in the Justice Department or whatever directions the DOJ is getting from the White House, you are determined to find out the truth.
Thank you.
Hello, Congressman.
Secretary, how are you?
I'm okay.
First and foremost, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Secondly, as an attorney, I know sometimes things are done differently in DC, but when an agreement is made and our word is given, it should be kept.
I agree with that.
And first and foremost, to get into the line of questioning that I had, on November 12th of last year, Oversight Committee Democrats released emails that were obtained from the estate of Jeffrey Epstein. In one email from 2011, Epstein said to Ghislaine Maxwell that President Trump was, quote, that dog that hasn't barked, end of quote, and that an unnamed victim, quote, spent hours at my house with him, end of quote. In another email from 2019, Epstein wrote that, quote, of course he, referring to President Trump, knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. 2 days later, President Trump directed Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate President Clinton and other prominent Democrats in order to distract from his own close ties to Jeffrey Epstein. I'll mark as Minority Exhibit B a True Social post from Donald Trump dated November 14th, 2025. And I think you have that now. As you can see, President Trump's post refers to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes against young girls and women as the Epstein hoax, end of quote. His post also completely ignores several other high-profile individuals, including Republicans and allies of President Trump, who are known to have had relationships with Epstein. In fact, the Epstein files contain numerous officials in the current and previous Trump administrations with connections to Jeffrey Epstein, including, but I'm not sure limited to, Howard Lutnick, RFK Jr., Steve Bannon, Elon Musk, Tom Barrack, Kevin Warsh, and Mehmet Oz, to name a few. Secretary Clinton, to your knowledge, has the Trump administration done anything at all to investigate these other individuals with ties to Epstein?
Congressman, I know of nothing, just reading the press. I obviously have no inside information that there has been any effort whatsoever to investigate the names that you just mentioned or any others who might have credible information about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think that's where this committee comes in. You are not beholden to the Justice Department. You have an independent Article I jurisdiction. You are the co-equal branch of government, and you have the responsibility to pursue what the Justice Department apparently is failing to pursue. The other point I would make is, having observed President Trump up close and personal for a number of years now since I ran against him, he has a tell. He has a behavioral tell. Whenever he is worried about being found out himself, he accuses somebody else of doing what he actually has done. And it's just a pattern with him. So it's no surprise to me that all of a sudden, what he promised in his campaign to reveal, everything about the files, and then when his people began looking in the files and realized how potentially incriminating they were of him, all of a sudden, that was no longer the focus. It was blaming Democrats, talking about a hoax, saying move on, there's nothing to see here. That is a typical pattern of President Trump's behavior, which speaks louder than all the words that he speaks and all of the Truth Social posts that he makes. He clearly knows what he did. He knows what others did, because remember, one of the emails that has come out recently is he called the police chief of Palm Beach at the time Epstein was arrested, according to reporting, to say, I'm so glad you got him. I'm so glad you're stopping him. Well, how would he know that? How would he know that? So there is so much to be uncovered here rather than being covered up. And it really, in addition to the specific information that could be gotten and the accountability that could be achieved, it would restore trust. And, you know, the American people are not dumb. They're watching this. They're seeing this. They're following this. And it's just one more example of, you know, us not doing the kind of work that would build trust in finding out, you know, the truth, not just for the victims and survivors, but for the American public.
I just have a couple quick questions. Howard Lutnick recently went so far as to lie about his close connections with Jeffrey Epstein, but the truth came out with the release of the files. Secretary Clinton, is Howard Lutnick still employed as the Secretary of Commerce in the Trump administration?
So far as I know.
Secretary Clinton, in your opinion, why has Donald Trump ignored these other prominent figures who had close ties to Epstein?
I can't speculate on that, Congressman. I think it's a worthwhile question to ask, and I think it certainly should be asked by this committee.
And lastly, in light of everything, not just what I think was an embarrassing leak earlier, do you believe your deposition today is a good faith exercise?
I can't conclude that. I think all the information, such as it is, that I have could have been delivered in a sworn statement, could have been delivered in written interrogatories. So I'm not going to speculate about the committee's intentions here. But, you know, a former member of this committee, someone with whom I doubt I have very much in common, Marjorie Taylor Greene, said that Trump put pressure on Bondi not to release the files. And if I recall, she was one of the votes for the Transparency Act, and she and others, including other members of this committee, were hauled into the White House and taken to the woodshed. And so I believe she may be a source of information about, you know, her own experience, demonstrating clearly that this White House does not want the Justice Department to release the files that might in any way incriminate President Trump.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much for being here, Madam Secretary. Some of this was briefly touched upon, but as you know, there is wide speculation among the public that Jeffrey Epstein may have been affiliated with domestic intelligence agencies and services. Alex Acosta, for example, Secretary of Labor in the first Trump administration, allegedly said that Epstein, quote, belonged to intelligence, end quote. We know that Acosta has denied the statement, but it nonetheless raises questions about Epstein. You obviously served in a variety of highly sensitive positions, allowing you to access some of our nation's most sensitive and secretive information. Either during or after your time in government, were you ever made aware of Jeffrey Epstein having any kind of relationship directly or indirectly with a United States intelligence agency or service like the CIA?
I was not, but obviously I served in the Senate and don't recall anything like that ever being presented. I was on the Armed Services Committee, so perhaps there might have been a mention if there was any relevance, and in the State Department, I don't recall any information like that at all.
And were you ever made aware of Ghislaine Maxwell having any kind of relationship with an intelligence agency or service of the United States? Thank you. Now, during the committee's deposition of former Attorney General Bill Barr, he indicated that, quote, many American businessmen who have foreign contacts sometimes will talk to intelligence agencies and provide information to them. Are you aware of Jeffrey Epstein having these less formal interactions with the CIA or any other domestic intelligence?
I'm not aware of any intelligence connections of Jeffrey Epstein at all.
And that applies to foreign intelligence?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want to move to...
But I do think, Congresswoman, as I said earlier, your questions are well taken. There are so many threads of this investigation that need to be followed. You are talking about the intelligence. We have talked about the sexual abuses. And we also should be following the money. One of my former colleagues, Senator Wyden, is trying to get out of the Treasury Department records about Jeffrey Epstein's financial transactions. The Congress should, and this committee certainly should, subpoena the Treasury Secretary for the information that Senator Wyden has compiled. In my experience in the Senate, Senator Wyden is a thoughtful, careful investigator. If he says there's something there, I would take it to the bank. And so follow the money, follow these foreign involvement intelligence potential. Whether they're true or not, I don't know. And of course, follow whatever leads you can get out of the emails and other information that are being put forth by either DOJ or the Epstein estate or anybody else on, the crimes that he committed.
Thank you. That brings us to the issue of transparency, which is related to what you just said. You and President Clinton have been very clear about your desire to testify publicly before this committee. In fact, on February 5th, 2026, you posted on social media, quote, "If you want this fight at Rep. James Comer, let's have it in public." You love to talk about transparency. There is nothing more transparent than a public hearing, cameras on. Secretary Clinton, why is it important for you to testify before this committee in a public setting?
Well, first of all, I believe in public testimony. I believe that the public has a right to know what its selected members of Congress are investigating and legislating. Having served for 8 years, I think it is useful as a member to do a hearing in public because you're going to learn things by the coverage of it, by the response that you get from people. This hearing, if it were in public, maybe your question about intelligence, maybe somebody watching it would have said, "Oh my gosh, I just remembered having a conversation with Foreign Minister X or Prime Minister Y, and that person mentioned Jeffrey Epstein." Most people are not going to look at the video, they're not going to read the transcript, but they will follow a live public hearing. So I think it actually enhances the work that those of us who've been privileged to serve are doing and can do. So to me, it is just an absolute prerequisite for doing the kind of legislative and investigative work as effectively as possible by doing it in public.
And did you know that you would be photographed today?
No.
And is that at all part of what you had understood about the terms of the agreement for today's deposition?
Well, I will confess that I had some concerns about whether the majority on the committee would treat me fairly and would, fairly convey what I say and what I did and how I looked and how I responded. So yes, I did have a concern. And when we learned about the photos being taken, not by a staff member, but by a member, it was shocking and very disappointing. So if it were in public, we wouldn't have that debate. Everybody could see the same thing that the Congresswoman saw. I'm sitting here, sometimes I'm smiling, sometimes I'm frowning, sometimes I look good, sometimes I don't. That's all in public. Everybody can have the same view rather than, an angled photo and all the rest of it. So it was disappointing, and I regret that it happened and it violated your rules, but that's not the real concern I have. The real concern is get busy. Focus on the people that have something to tell you, that can tell you about intelligence, money, and crimes, and get them before you, and whenever possible, do it in public.
And finally, do you think that Donald Trump should be deposed by this committee?
Absolutely. I was a lawyer, and as a lawyer, you would look for pattern and practice. If you were deposing a witness in a case that you were trying, if you were in court, what did you know about this person? What you knew could influence how you questioned that person, how you tried the case. Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for sexual assault by a jury of his peers. 9 members of a jury found him liable in the sexual assault of E. Jean Carroll. That is behavior. That fits a pattern if one were looking for a pattern. He has also been convicted on 34 felony counts for attempting to hide his relationship with an escort and then to commit business fraud to prevent it from becoming public in the 2016 campaign, which was ultimately election interference. So if I were running the committee or I were involved in this investigation, I would be looking for people who maybe had some prior conduct that might be relevant to either money or crimes. And yes, I think that it would be in keeping with the scope of the investigation of this committee to set up a deposition with President Trump. I know he's been deposed many, many, many times. He's taken the Fifth Amendment many, many hundreds of times. So I'm not saying you're going to get a lot of information. But given what's in the files and given past and prior conduct, he would be on my witness list.
Thank you.
We can go off the record.
All right, we'll go back on the record. It is 2:49 p.m. I believe Chairman Comer has something he would like to say.
Yes, and thank you, Madam Secretary, and we appreciate what you said in the last round of questioning. I want to be very clear. This committee is taking this investigation very seriously. We are following the money. We have a history of doing that over the past 2 years. I wrote the Treasury Department requesting suspicious activity reports related to Jeffrey Epstein. Treasury has been in full compliance, and our staff has spent untold hours reviewing those documents. I know the minority staff have also reviewed those documents. Anytime we subpoena anything, both sides get it. Based on the suspicious activity reports, I then issued subpoenas to two banks, Deutsche Bank and JP Morgan. The banks, those two banks are also in compliance and continue to produce thousands of pages of records. And I will say this before I turn it over to Representative Mace. This investigation is made very difficult when witnesses drag out negotiations for more than 6 months and violate their duly issued subpoena. So that's one reason when we're dealing with very powerful people that have the best attorneys out there, it's very difficult when it takes 6 months to get witnesses in. So I just wanted to mention that, and I'll yield to Ms. Mace.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary, thank you for returning this afternoon. Secretary Clinton, is your husband someone the committee should investigate?
My husband will be here tomorrow. You'll have a chance to ask him questions.
So my question is your husband someone this committee should investigate?
Asked and answered.
Apparently you are. You've subpoenaed him. He's going to be here tomorrow.
In your testimony before the break, you discussed why you believe President Trump should testify before our committee due to a, quote, pattern of behavior, end quote. You testified that a pattern of behavior warrants accountability. So I want to make sure I understand your standard correctly. The pattern of behavior you describe includes being held civilly liable, indictments, sexually deviant behavior, correct?
Yes.
In 1998, your husband was found civilly liable for sexual misconduct with Paula Jones and settled for $850,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
By your standard of pattern of behavior, should your husband testify before this committee?
He is testifying tomorrow.
On December 19th, 1998, President Clinton was impeached on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice, which directly related to his extramarital affair with Monica Lewinsky. Is that correct?
Yes.
And your husband was impeached for perjury related to sexual behavior, correct?
I didn't understand what you said.
Your husband was impeached for perjury related to sexual behavior, his sexual behavior.
He was impeached for several reasons and then was acquitted in the Senate.
And your husband flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane 17 to 26 times, correct?
He made several trips with different legs on the trip, as I recall.
But he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's plane
Yes,
17 to 26 times? Were you aware that Secret Service was dropped on some of those flights?
That is not my understanding.
Where they were not on some of those flights?
That is not my
So
understanding.
your understanding is that Secret Service was on all of the flights that President Clinton was on?
That is
with
my
Epstein?
understanding.
By this standard of behavior, multiple credible accusers, including Juanita Broderick, who alleged rape against your husband was disbarred in Arkansas, lost his law license before the Supreme Court, flew on Epstein's plane dozens of times, visited Epstein's island.
That is not true. That is absolutely untrue.
Well, there's documentation in the DOJ files. I'm not sure you're aware, your attorneys have told you, but Jeffrey Epstein told one of the victims to lie to investigators, to lie that Bill Clinton was ever on Epstein Island. I can provide that document to you.
We would like that document, please.
Yeah,
Okay,
counsel,
I can do
because
that.
actually the files say just the opposite. Epstein himself denied he was.
These are FBI notes from an interview with a victim, and I can get you the victim number and the case number and the files. These are notes from a 302
If
interview.
you like those, are you going to provide those now?
That's not my line of questioning. She brought it up, but I have a
I'm
document. I can
sorry,
give to
you're
you.
making a representation
Yeah.
as to the fact.
I didn't enter anything as an exhibit.
But it's factually inaccurate.
No, I can give it to you later. I can go find the document, make copies of it, and give it to you this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Okay. By your standard of pattern of behavior, according to documents released by the Department of Justice, your husband appears in photos in swimming pools, hot tubs, aboard Jeffrey Epstein's private plane with unidentified young women. We came here today and told this committee that a pattern of behavior demands accountability, correct?
I said that I believe the committee should call anyone who had a substantial pattern and practice of contact with Jeffrey Epstein and his crimes before they came to light.
Does that include your husband?
And after they came to light. You're going to have a chance to question him tomorrow.
So I'll ask you again, by the standard you just set in your own words just now, does this standard apply equally to your husband or only President Trump?
I have said that my husband has been subpoenaed. He will appear. He will answer your questions to the best of his ability. But there is no evidence whatsoever of any connection with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. And I think that that will be obviously apparent in the questioning.
What makes you so sure of that then? I mean, he's photographed with.
Objection
No,
is to speculate on something that's not.
Yeah,
evidence.
it is so speculative. I mean, swimming in a pool, sitting in a hot tub, there are millions of people who do that without any improper behavior or certainly committing any crimes. So I
Do you think most of the
uh,
men are like your husband that did anything wrong? Why were they being surrounded by young women, giving them massages on Jeffrey's private estate or private plane? Are they all innocent then?
You know,
Just
you are
because-
making assumptions in your questions that have not been proven and I don't believe are provable.
Okay, why did you wait 6 months to have this hearing today or have this testimony?
You know, I've answered that. I thought that given the way that other witnesses who were subpoenaed at the same time were being treated, that there was an unfair treatment of both my husband and myself. And I thought that, especially from my perspective, I had very little, if any, information to provide you, and that I could have done it in a sworn statement, and you could have moved on to depose somebody else who might have more information that would be beneficial to your
I have two more
investigation.
questions, then we're going to pass it to Congresswoman Luna. After Jeffrey Epstein was convicted, did it concern you at all that you had taken a substantial amount of money from Jeffrey Epstein?
That's an inappropriate assumption. I did not take a substantial amount of money from Jeffrey Epstein. So far as I know, Jeffrey Epstein contributed to the joint committee that was supporting my Senate race.
Which was how much?
I believe I was told $20,000.
You don't consider $20,000 substantial?
I do not consider it relevant to me because I had no recollection that I ever knew that he gave any money to
So
the
you
joint
didn't talk
committee.
to your donors that gave $20,000 to your campaign?
My understanding of the rules back then is that there was no coordination between the committee and the campaign. So, no, I have no recollection.
But that doesn't
of
mean
knowing
you
that.
can't speak to your donors. That doesn't prohibit, the law does
Don't-
not prohibit you speaking to
But
donors.
I didn't know he was a donor. As far as I knew, he was not a donor until I learned this in
Did it
preparation
concern you
for
at
the
all that Ghislaine
testimony.
Maxwell was heavily involved with people you knew and were close to?
I knew people that I knew her. Yes, that's true.
And you just shrugged, you didn't want to look into it or have any
Nobody,
question
you know,
about it?
until her crimes were revealed and she was indicted and tried and convicted, I don't think people knew very much about at all
And
what
then
she
how do
was
you know
doing.
Howard Lutnick?
I know Howard Lutnick because when I was senator on 9/11, the firm he headed, Cantor Fitzgerald, suffered the greatest loss of life. As I recall, something like 650 of his employees were murdered by terrorists that day. Howard Lutnick missed being a victim because he was delayed dropping
know
his
that. I
child
asked
off
him.
to
No.
kindergarten. You asked the question. I'm going to answer your question.
Now you're gonna yell
This
at
was
me?
what I spent
You're
my
going to yell at
time
me.
doing.
I'm a
I
survivor
spent
trying to look out for other
Well,
survivors, trying to
and
get to the
I
bottom
was
of it.
taking care
You
of
waited
the
6
people
months
who
to
lost
get here today.
3,000
6 months,
lives
and now you're being
at World
defiant
Trade
and
Center.
indignant today.
You asked me
I
about
have met
Howard
with Epstein
Lutnick.
survivors. I'm a survivor myself. You have emails. You've denied that Jeffrey Epstein, that you tried to get Jeffrey Epstein to give money to you.
I did
but
not.
Howard Lutnick was
If
used
you
to
have an
get
email
money.
with me asking Jeffrey
I
Epstein
have
for
an
money,
email from Howard Lutnick sending it to
what's
Jeffrey
the question?
Epstein and his people to
I
raise
don't-
money for
I don't
you
know about-
for an event, an intimate event for you at his offices
Well,
at Chandler Fitzgerald. You're
look,
going to sit
if
here
you-
today
if you would
and,
let me
and,
finish.
and obfuscate and say to this committee, you didn't try to get money from Jeffrey
I
Epstein
didn't.
when
I
there was
didn't.
an intimate event in an email that Howard Lutnick emailed to Epstein's people and Epstein to get him to come to your intimate event at Cantor Fitzgerald, a very small event. And so I'm not going to public. You want to yell at me, that's fine, but I'll yell right back.
Well,
okay? I am looking out for
it's
survivors.
very-
I'm doing
look.
the job that you would not do and refuse to do as Secretary of State. Thank you, and I yield back to
No,
Congresswoman.
I'm going to finish answering the question, which I have a right to do. I am very sympathetic to your personal situation. I have read about it. I have seen you testify or speak on the floor about it. And I very much sympathize with not only what you went through, but appreciate your effort to stand up for survivors. I was a senator representing the people who were murdered on 9/11. Nobody lost more people than Howard Lutnick. You can say whatever you want. You can call him and have him appear before the committee. But I knew him as the man who lost the employees that he knew intimately, including his brother.
And he was a
So
good
I
friend
worked.
between you and
Let
Jeffrey
her finish
Epstein
her
raising
answer,
money
please.
for you.
Let her finish her answer.
You know what? If you don't want to hear what emotionally affected me, that's fine. But that's why I know Howard Lutnick. I went to the memorial service every 9/11 after the formal service was
I
held.
see what you're
with
doing here,
all-
and you're
with
obfuscating
all
from
of
the
his
questions. He was
people,
go-between
the
between
families.
you and Jeffrey Epstein raising money for your
Well,
campaign.
you know, Howard Lutnick and I did work
Thank you. I will
together
now yield
because
to
we had a
Congresswoman
lot of
Warner.
victims
Thank you.
to take care of, and we worked together to rebuild downtown Manhattan. That is how I know Howard Lutnick.
Why don't you, let me get over here.
Fine, I'll do the heavy lifting.
Or you could like it later.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you do love to make sense.
Ms. Luna,
Secretary Clinton, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Congresswoman.
President Clinton has stated that he severed ties with Epstein around 2005, prior to 2008 conviction. Were you involved or informed of any communication, emails, calls, or meetings related to distancing the foundation and/or your family after those 2008 convictions?
I was not.
You had mentioned that this committee had avoided calling people to testify who should be sitting here. I would like to show you some emails. If the staff could please pass out to the members and the secretary EFTA 00878421 and EFTA 0070586, please, so she can see it.
This will be exhibit 14 and 15 for the majority.
I'll wait till you get them so you can see them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, we want. There's two, are there two separate?
Yes.
Thank you. And now I'm going to pass them down because I have more from my colleague. And one more if you don't mind. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And don't waste that.
They're the same. There's two different documents.
There's
that are
two,
here.
yeah, there are two emails, both different EFTAs. Secretary Clinton, would you please read EFTA 0070586? Just, you don't have to read from, it's to Jeffrey Epstein, but can you read the context of the email?
Sir, could you state the number again? Is the number at the
Yes,
bottom?
it's at the bottom. It's EFTA 0070586.
This is majority 14.
14, yes, sir.
Thank you for a fun night. Your littlest girl was a little naughty.
How does that make you feel?
Makes me sick.
If you can also read the EFTA 0087841. This is also another email Can you just please provide the context? It's an email to Jeffrey Epstein. If you could just read the context of what it is.
Of course, the Jesus, Ohio Jesus, I'm coming trick.
And just the main body of the context of the email.
Said that she felt God's presence next to her when she was in bed. She knows that Jesus watches over her and he helped save her life. Whoops.
How does that make you feel?
It's bizarre. I don't know what it means.
The reason I asked you to read both of these is because these emails were both sent by co-conspirators that were then given the plea deals and now have been given victim status. Both of these women were also named an FBI document, and they're on a number of other emails. Do you believe that the Department of Justice should reevaluate the plea deals for some of these women, given that, as you can see, they have clearly done some things probably that they shouldn't have?
I don't know the status of whether that would be legally possible, so I have no opinion.
I think outside of the statute of limitations, they might be able to reinvestigate under the civil rights violations. Would you be in favor of that, or looking into any of the co-conspirators that were given plea deals down to victim status if there's credible evidence that they were trafficking young girls?
I think it should be pursued.
I'd like to also show you another EFTA, if the staff can also pass this to the secretary. It's EFTA 016566217.
Should be Exhibit 16 for the majority.
And I'd also like to reflect on those previous EFTAs. The EFTA 007058660, that was actually sent by a woman by the name of Susan Hamlin. And then the other EFTA 0087841 was sent by a woman named Nadia, who's also listed in other files as well.
Is it single pages? Oh, sorry.
Secretary Clinton, this was actually out of an FBI briefing document when Epstein was in his New York trial. If you can look at the top left, the individual photo, who is that individual?
I can't tell. It's such a small, blurry picture.
Okay. For those that want to pull up the file, the photos of Jeffrey Epstein, this is actually a passport that was given. The individual's name is Marcus Robert Fortinelli. Do you think that this is a sign or a telltale sign of intelligence operations and pseudonyms?
I can't speculate. I don't know.
Okay. Victims have stated to this committee, both Democrats and Republicans, that during Epstein's time, during his day camp jail is what I'll call it, that he was also in active communication with Bush's CIA director. They also had stated that he had active ties to Russia, Israel, and Iran. Given your status, not just as the First Lady, but also in your secretary position, have you ever been targeted by any of these countries as a means of a foreign intelligence gathering operation? Are you aware of potential vulnerabilities?
Yeah, I was targeted by Russia.
Whew. Okay, so we got about a little over half of the bill in tonight. We got, I'm going to have to jot this down. 2 hours, 40 minutes into Hillary, about halfway through Hillary, a little over halfway through Hillary. So not bad. Not bad. 4.5 hours. Holy moly. That's my limit for listening to the Clintons on the night, y'all. If you're still here, thank you for hanging. And we're going to call her a night, but we're going to be back because we're going to have to get the other halves of these on the record, on our channel's record anyway. So they won't be so exciting spaces, but we'll have a little bit of fun and make sure we get the rest of them on our channel. It's just so fucking disappointing, isn't it? That these were the losers that we chose to run our country. Every 4 years, I always say there's 350 million people almost, give or takes, in this country. And every year, that's the best we can do is turd number 1 and turd number 2. I just don't get it. There's so many bright people. There's so many intelligent people. There's so many good people. Why is this what we end up with every fucking time? In my entire life, none of them have told the truth about what they were going to do. None of them came through with what they said they were going to do. Thank you, Tracy. Yep, I'm not alone. I can only... 4.5 hours is my limit on these two characters. And you mentioned it earlier, the Clinton grabbing the photo back to take a look at it again during his testimony. I mean, come on. How old is he now? Crazy. What a wild world. I do, if you can get under Hillary's skin, hey, I'm all for it. So go Nancy Mace. She was able to get under her skin a little bit, shake her up a little bit. I mean, that's when you're going to get these. That's the only way you're going to get these people to slip up, is to get them to, shake up and say something they maybe shouldn't say on this, on the microphone. I was going to say stand, but I don't even know if there really would be any real repercussions. These people, you could probably confess to a murder and they would have just edited out of the video before they gave us the video 3-4 days later. Every other time is within 24 hours they get the video out. This took 3 days. Okay. Nothing weird about that. There's like blocks that are blacked out, redacted. We don't know how long that took. Okay. Well, hey, at least we're at war. Wait. Shit. I kid y'all. God bless the troops. God bless America. God bless anybody out there in harm's way from, powers we have no control over. Decisions that other people make. Like this. Who knows? Maybe if Hillary had won, she'd have us at war with Russia by now. Who knows? She fucking hated Putin. Putin did not like her. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging with me tonight on this. I guess it's an episode, live space. Kind of doing our research here on the Gabriel Speaks podcast into these Epstein files and trying to get things on the way. But thanks for chilling with me. Y'all have a good night. And I will say, we're going to have Black Magnet on again soon. We're doing, I think our next episode, well, you know what? We're going to surprise you. It should be a good one, though. I hope y'all like it. We'll see you next time.